They railroading P. Diddy. P. Diddy ain't gonna ever get out. They railroading that man. Anyway, let me go ahead and get the show going. They got P. Diddy on. He's basically been charged with two counts of prostitution. Basically, the only thing that P. Diddy really did that's against the law at this point, because he was found not guilty of all the serious shit. The only thing he did is he paid for the people he was going to have sex with to fly and see him across state lines. So as opposed to you going up to some chick on the corner and paying her for a blowjob or paying her for some sex or whatever, he what he did is the equivalent of making a call to somebody in a different state and telling them I'll fly you to my area so you can give me the blowjob or you can give me the sex. So the only difference is he solicited a prostitute across state lines. And because it's across state lines, that opened him up for federal charges, and they railroaded him. Man, I mean, what he did essentially is between two consensual adults. He's not being charged with rape or sexual assault or anything. I mean, he ended up having somebody, sleep with him for money, but because they cross state lines, they're hitting him up with all of those heavy charges. Wow. Now I get the fact, and we're not talking about P Diddy today, but I'm just discussing it since it came up. I get the fact that he's on video beating up Casey or whatever, whoever that is, Cassie, the person in the hotel hallway, and it looks terrible. He's a woman beater. I get that, but that's not what he's charged with. That's not what he's charged with. What's happening is because they see what he did to that woman, and he got away with that. They're trying to make him pay via other cases, very similar to what they did to O.J. Simpson, where O.J. Simpson got away. If everybody believes that O.J. Simpson got away with murder with Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman, so when he got charged in Nevada for what really amounted to a case of theft, they gave him 9 years in prison for that. Talking about O.J. Simpson, and it's the same thing. It's because they're trying to punish him for something he got away with. If and this might resonate with some of my beloved MAGA that are watching the program, who believes that Trump faced wrongful impeachments and 45 or what was it? How many felonies he get? 20. How many felonies did that man get? Whatever the number of felonies that President Trump got. Same thing. He got away with a bunch of shit. 34 felonies, right. He got away with a bunch of shit. So they were trying to make it up by charging him with a bunch of felonies. What they were doing in New York via Alvin Bragg against President Trump was very similar. They are pissed off with him for other stuff that he got away with. So Alvin Bragg in New York tried to compile this huge case against Trump to get as much time as possible. I'm not saying Trump is innocent, just like I'm not saying Sean Diddy Combs is innocent. I'm not saying O.J. Simpson was innocent, but their punishment is not based on what they're actually being charged with. Their punishment is based on something else. People are just mad that they got away with, and that's what they're doing to P Diddy. Is they're mad that he got away with beating Cassidy in a hotel hallway, and so they're trying to give this judge is trying to railroad him on what they can get him on. And to me, that's wrong. To me, that's wrong. You don't punish somebody for something they're not being charged with. I watched the OJ trial. He didn't do it. It was a setup. Well, I'll tell you this, mama. If you end up getting charged with a serious crime and you want people to believe you didn't do it, once you get acquitted, you don't write a book called If I Did It. I mean, O.J. Simpson literally wrote a book that was titled If I Did It, illustrating how he would have killed. You don't write a book like that. Very similar to folks who believe that George Zimmerman did not take the life of Trayvon Martin for malicious purposes. They believe that, George Zimmerman had to kill Trayvon Martin as an act of self-defense. Well, if you're gonna do that, you don't sell the gun and sign packs of Skittles and shit like that. If you want people to believe you innocent, act like somebody that's innocent. Don't make jokes and take pleasure in what happened to the person that you harmed. So a lot of people don't believe George Zimmerman is innocent. A lot of people don't believe O.J. Simpson is innocent. And unfortunately, P. Diddy is going through the same thing. And P. Diddy is not innocent of being a good person. I mean, his moral character, he's a woman beater. But like I said, he wasn't charged with women beating. He wasn't convicted of beating a woman. He was convicted of solicitation of a prostitute across state lines. And they're trying to give him like double digit football number years for that. That's insane. That is insane. Hopefully, and I don't like to defend people in cases like this, but hopefully, with P. Diddy's money, by the way, and his ability to hire really good counsel, if this judge continues doing what they're doing, he'll be able to appeal it, and hopefully, somebody in the future will lessen his sentence. But to me, all he did was grabbed a consenting adult that was in another state, paid for that person to fly to him, and they had sex. It's a prostitution charge. But because it's across state lines, they're going after him for federal. There's no way that guy should get time served. He's already been in jail a significant period of time for those two charges. He should have gotten time served. Anyway, look it in the comments. Y'all love to talk about people who mean absolutely nothing, says Benja. Well, in regards to your comment, and I appreciate your input, Benja, that's your opinion. I mean, listen, in my humble opinion, the whole fuss being made over, biological males playing women's sports, to me, that was a big something over nothing. I mean, how many actual girls that play sports in American schools are dealing with a biological male even trying to make their team? It was a big something over nothing to me. And the right likes to talk about it. People make big deals out of shit for whatever case they may be. So thank you for your comment, though, Benjamin. You had to make, and what does that say? OJ had to make money. They sued him for $4 million. Yeah, but you don't write a book called If I Did It. I mean, OJ Simpson didn't have to make money like that. He still had his NFL pension, and he lived in Florida. So in Florida, you can't touch somebody's homestead. So OJ Simpson had a home in Florida. Ron Goldman, who won that big lawsuit against him, you can't take the person's home. You can't take their pension. That's the law in Florida. So he still had his NFL pension coming in, and he still had his home. Not to mention, he could do side contract work and shit like that on the side that they wouldn't even know about. He didn't die a poor man. O.J. Simpson did not die an impoverished man. He obviously could have made more money had he not got caught up in that shit, but he didn't die poor. O.J. Simpson did all right. I mean, he survived considering what he went through. So, no, you didn't have to write a book called If I Did It and ridicule the death of your ex-wife. What he did was tasteless. Just like what George Zimmerman did was tasteless. I don't agree with any of that. Anyway, looking in the comments, there's plenty more productive things to spend your energy on, says Benja. Maybe some people got children here, and like I said, what you're saying is an opinion. Everybody has a different opinion of what's productive. I don't think sending the National Guard to Los Angeles to guard one federal building is a productive use of taxpayer money. Nevertheless, MAGA thought it was a great idea to do it. So everybody has their own opinion of what is worth doing and what is productive. But I never thought that made sense. Same thing with DC, $1 million a day. I don't think that's productive. But we're going to be talking about. This came up today. You see what's on my monitor behind me? President Trump. I love black people. I had somebody tell me today that Trump is racist. Trump is racist. Now, Trump has quotes saying, I love the African Americans and I love black people. And I want to talk to you folks and ask you, why do you believe so many people of color seem to think that Trump is intolerant? Because MAGA overwhelmingly thinks Trump loves black people. But when you talk to the minorities, they have a difference of opinion. So I do want to talk about that. Real quick in the comments here. Mama, thank you for the super chat. I got a smaller device and I got a new one on order, but one of my YouTube cameras right now is a smaller device. So for me to read it, I got to put on these damn spectacles. Boys or men in girls or women's sports was a big thing because they would have tried to push it further for something else next. You know, you could be right. You could be right, but we're not there. To me, it's kind of like the Second Amendment. Any gun law is going to be a stepping stone towards taking all guns away. So we're going to act like a fool even at the smallest inkling that any type of infringement on the Second Amendment, we're going to act a fool because we believe if you give them anything, you give them an inch, they're going to take them out. Now it could be true, but you're not there yet. And the same thing with you know, transgender trying to play sports and stuff like that. The belief is if you let them in, they're going to take a mile, and every team's going to have a biological male and things like that. There's no way to know that. There's no way to know that. And I mean, that's at that point is speculation. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not saying it is false. There's no way to know. So you're acting a fool at level 1 because you expected to go to level 100. That could be said about anything. That literally could be said about anything. If you give him an inch, like what Trump was trying to do with the FCC on Jimmy Kimmel, and he wanted Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers off the air. If you give him an inch in the free speech, he'll take a mile. The right didn't have a problem with him doing that, though. So it depends on what is going on. Imagine Trump trying to speak in 2082 or 2032, right? Okay, 2032. Well, shit. What is that? Okay, 28 is coming up in 3 years. So you're talking about another say, you know, you raise a good point because there are plenty of folks who believe or who support Trump getting a third term. And you're right. If he got a third term, that means he would not leave office until January of 2033, when that would be the inauguration for whoever precedes him. I don't know why so many folks on the MAGA side of the aisle, when they clearly were talking about how old and decrepit Joe Biden is, why they expect Trump to be viable for another 7 years. I don't know why. Look, if you like the guy, you think he's doing a great job, now that's one thing. But I don't give a damn how good you are or how many votes you win an election by. You're never going to beat Father Time. You're never going to beat Father Time. And expecting Trump to still be viable at 87 or whatever the hell he would be, that's a stretch. That is a stretch. I mean, so I don't know why they're saying, but there are some people who sincerely hope Trump goes for a third term. Crazy stuff, in my opinion. Very crazy stuff. Trump will sound like Biden in 2032. No, I think he would sound worse. I actually think he would sound worse. Keep in mind, once you hit the 80-year mark, you could fall off a bike and literally never walk. I mean, when you reach that age, a lot of us probably have relatives that lived a lengthy life, and all of a sudden, just one little incident took them away. It don't take much. When Trump is almost 80 years old, I mean, you could be walking around vibrant and healthy, and just even the slightest fall or something happened, and all of a sudden, within a year, he's gone. I mean, he is 80 years old almost. So, I don't know. I think he's going to be sounding worse than Biden in 2032, with emphasis on if he's even still alive. True, my dad turned 80, went to get groceries one morning and never came back home. I'm sorry to hear that, Benja. Sorry to hear that. But that's what happens when you get to be that old. I mean, at 87, shit, unless somebody shoots you in the head, it's gonna be natural causes. I mean, what did you expect? I mean, shit, he's in his 80s. So no, I just don't understand why so many folks on the right are speaking favorably of Trump doing a third term. Talking about the number 5 train, what is that, Benjamin? Trump will sound, let me see here, conflict of national security. What, to let him run a third term? Well, it's certainly a conflict of the Constitution to let him do it. But he's talking about doing it. He's selling 2028 merchandise, and MAGA is eating it up. So, and MAGA is posting pictures of Trump wearing crowns and shit, calling him daddy. So MAGA is totally in the camp for Trump being around for as long as he want to be. So they allowed trans in women's prisons. The women got sexually assaulted. I don't know if that's got anything to do with being concerned about trans people being in women's prisons, or being concerned about sexual assault, because people get sexually assaulted. Sexual assaults in prison go back to the very beginning. Nobody gives a damn about inmates being sexually assaulted. In fact, it's not uncommon, especially if you've violated the innocence of a child. It's not uncommon to hear Americans say, I hope you get sexually assaulted while you're incarcerated. So to me, that just sounds like a ploy that is anti-trans, because we've never shown any real concern for people getting sexually assaulted while they're in there. People say it all the time. I hope Bubba gets you. I hope Tyrone gets you. We be hoping and wishing for people that go inside to get sexually assaulted. People do that all the damn time. All the time, people be hoping and wishing that when a person goes in behind the wall, something bad happens to them. You hear it all the time. So I don't think we've ever really been concerned about that. So to me, it just sounds we're pissed off about the trans being in there, but we don't care about that. Anyway, looking in the comments, Tim, we are losing our country. Wow. Tehran, Washington, tell me, how are we losing our country? So getting on with the topic of the show, President Trump. I love black people. I'm gonna do a quick monologue, start taking calls, and certainly start reading comments. But I wouldn't, cause once somebody told me that they thought Trump was racist today, it was mainly because the reason this came up, because I don't normally do shows like this, but the reason this one came up is because of a AI photo you see there on the monitor. That came from President Trump's account. You see what's on the monitor behind me. That was sent from President Trump's social media account. Now, as we all know, it's very common for controversial photos and stuff like this to emanate from Trump's social media account. He does this stuff all the time. He sent a picture called Shy Apocalypse of him, standing before Chicago burning. I mean, he sent out pictures of Joe Biden hogtied in the back of a trunk of a car. It's very common for him to do this. But this photo right here, as Cat Williams would say, this shit right here, folks are saying that this is racist. To show a picture of Hakeem Jeffries, I believe he is the well, he wouldn't be the Speaker of the House right now because they're the minority party, but whatever you want to call it, he's the leader of the Democratic Congress. Folks are saying that this is racist. That Trump posted a picture of him wearing a sombrero. Now, obviously, MAGA's not going to view this as racist. They're going to say it's a joke or something of that nature. But I want to ask you folks in the comments, and thank you for helping me reach that hat and mustache goal, Mike. Appreciate that. I want to ask you folks, by way of yes or no in the comments, do you see President Trump posting a picture of Hakeem Jeffries in a sombrero? Yes or no? Do you see this as racist at all? By the way, according to Peter Ducey of Fox News, they're playing some sort of Mexican music and posting this picture on the monitors in the White House. They're actually they're way beyond just what they posted on social media. This is actually playing with mariachi music on White House monitors. Yes or no? Do you think this is a racist post? I'm just curious to see what you guys put in the comments. Do you see this as racist? Gangsta Grandma says, yes, that is racist. How much further does he have to take it before we have to stop taking it as a joke? You don't have to take it as a joke at all. I'm just simply saying MAGA thinks this is a joke. Now, continuing on, I do want to give you a couple clips. We're not going to play them all because I went looking for some things that Trump has said controversial that some people might claim as racist, and I stopped at about 10 clips. He said he said a lot of stuff that people consider as racist, but I want to ask you folks your opinion. He said a lot of stuff. I mean, he's only came down a golden escalator since 2015, so you're talking, 10 years. He said, we got to go back to the crime bill with Joe Biden, the 94 crime bill, other than vote for me or you ain't black. That's about all we got on Biden in the last few years. You got to go back to the crime bill, and I don't want my kids growing up in a racial jungle, all this stuff 30 years ago. But with Trump, it's a lot of recent stuff. I'm not even going to talk about the Central Park Five and not renting renting units to black people. All of that stuff is old. We're talking about since he's been a politician.
Or criminals. We took many people off the streets of Washington, D.C. They're hardcore. They're not going to be good. In 10 years, in 20 years, in 2 years, they're going to be criminals. They were born to be criminals, frankly. They were born to be criminals.
And now, a lot of folks, obviously D.C. and Baltimore, predominantly African-American city, him saying people were born to be criminals. I do not know where that comes from. But that is obviously something people have found recently to be very controversial. But there are oldies, what they call it, an oldie but a goodie. Everything is not tailored toward the black community. It's not all about black people. I mean, there are other comments.
She seems to have made it her job. Who, Pocahontas? Pocahontas. Well, no, look. She is
It's very offensive.
You tell me. Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry about that. Pocahontas. Is that what you said? Elizabeth Warren.
So he called her Pocahontas. Somebody yelled out, "That's very offensive," and he went right back to calling her Pocahontas again. Wow. So let me go ahead and start the program off because, like I said, I got way too many clips. A monologue will be 20 minutes long, playing as much stuff as I was able to dig up, and I gave up after about 15 minutes. Like it's just too much shit coming up. So I want to ask you folks. What does that say? Is old America is coming back? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by old America is coming back? Laughing my ass off. What's old America? Yeah, what is old America? I would like to know. Somebody let me know. But continuing on, I'll go straight to the box if I can figure out why my screen just got really fucking big. I've got maybe I got too much going on tonight here. That's what it is. Okay, we're good to go now. We'll start out with Andy. Good evening, Andy. Welcome to the program. I got folks that say Trump is intolerant. Others say he loves black people. What say you, Andy? Good evening.
I say he is intolerant, and he don't like anybody that ain't pale, mediocre, and male.
Hell, so he don't like, you said he don't like women either.
Did you hear Hex's speech?
Hegseth talked about there may be going back to the male standard, but does that mean he don't like women?
Look, I think they want us back in the kitchen or being nurses or being secretaries, but they don't want us to like be in any kind of, combat or flying planes or any of that. And realistically, we know women are astounding at that. Just look at World War II.
But you know the crazy thing is, and I think I've asked you this before because you've made a reference to him not favoring women in an equal standpoint, but Trump won the women's vote. He won the women's vote, particularly white women. He won the women's vote. If he's so oppressive towards women,
I looked that up, and most of them were uneducated and Christian. So he won the Christian vote. That's what he won. He won a bunch of votes from a bunch of people who he lied to and said he was like them when, hell, they're not even Christian. Let's be honest. A lot of people walking around telling me I'm Christian. Ain't Christ-like even remotely.
But is the country not predominantly Christian, though?
No. That's part of the problem. That's part of the
You're saying
society is so pissed off. Is when Mike Johnson first got to be Speaker of the House, he even made a speech about the fact that almost half the country wasn't Christian, and that bothered him. And so, when you got 50% that are other, whatever that other is, he don't like that.
I thought America was about 70% Christian. You're saying that?
No, we're about 50-50. We're more secular than you think.
Wow, that's the first I've heard of that. So you see it as the Christian women that were lacking education. That's the way you're looking at it. The women that voted for Trump did not have education.
And we're 80% Christian. 80 fucking percent.
But then I have
to telling into itself.
But then I have to ask you this because Biden attended mass quite often. Trump, I mean, does anybody even know what church he belongs to? So if the women are Christian, why would they vote for Trump?
They don't believe that Biden is Christian because of pro-choice. They would rather women pass away from and they all feel that way until they have a miscarriage and it's them laying on the table needing that help. Then they change their fucking mind.
But I'm still trying to figure out.
Look at the Republican representative from Texas who had to leave the damn state to get her shit taken care of.
Yeah, I heard about that.
She started singing a whole different song. So it's until it happens to them, it's that reactionary. They don't think it'll ever happen to them. These women must be horrible. But when they're faced with that themselves, that's a different song and dance.
But even in the case of what you're talking about, when it happens to them, they will think differently. I mean, I'm still wondering, why do so many on the right view Trump as more Christian than Biden when you don't even hear Trump talking about church or God really at all, does he? I mean,
He lies to them. And not only that, he's got Michael Flynn running around this country with a bunch of preachers, with the Reawakening tour, with Greg Locke, the one that wants to burn witches at the damn stake. That
Damn.
one. Talking about how the Heritage Foundation's end goal literally was to make us a one-party Christian nation before the country's birthday in 2026. That is why you heard Donald Trump, when he was talking about Charlie, saying you should all live that kind of life. When he was doing he tweaked a bunch of laws in the church's favor. Like, you can invite your damn coworker to church now, and the boss can invite you to church, and you can't complain about it. Used to that was frowned upon. Now it's just something that happens and is allowed.
So thanks to Trump, we're well on our way to becoming a Christian country. Then that would make a lot more sense why the right sees Trump as more Christian than Biden, because he is promoting Christianity.
Well, yeah, he's not promoting Christianity. He's promoting Christian nationalism. Let's not get the two confused.
Well,
nationalism is just a vehicle for authoritarianism. It is no Christ-like to it.
So you're saying Christian nationalism has nothing to do with genuine Christianity?
No, because Christianity is to be Christ-like. Where are they being Christ-like? You see them feeding anybody? No. Do you see them what? I mean, all of that. They're not doing any of it. You're supposed to be nice to your neighbors. They're not doing that. They're not feeding folks. What didn't the Bible say? The way you treat the least of thee, you treat me.
Yeah.
They're not doing any of that.
And
So no, they are using the religion just what they'll use the military. They don't give two fucks about them. They just want to use them for their benefit. Just like Republicans won't give them benefits or health care and wants to fire 70,000 of them when Trump gets into office. But when Biden was in office, if you'll remember, they were screaming about the guys in Afghanistan. You got to bring them all home.
Yeah.
Even the translators. Well, now Trump is deporting the translators.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. By the way,
they are using the military. They use Christianity. They don't believe in any of these things.
I don't know about that.
And they're virtue signalers. They can say, I'm this, so I have the moral high ground, while doing the most debauched, heinous things known to man. And besides that, they broke Grindr again at CK's.
Everybody's been telling me that. Real quick though, you got a fan in the audience. I'm going to give you this comment, and you already know probably who it's coming from.
I don't care what.
Caller, the comment goes, caller belongs, and belongs is capitalized. Caller belongs in the kitchen making sandwiches.
Yeah, tell Gen X he needs to get more original, that he's boring, tired, and pedantic, and he needs a better vocabulary. And maybe if we get him a pork chop for his neck, some woman will actually give a shit and make him a sandwich. But until then, I highly doubt it.
Oh. Well, it's good that you knew who that was coming from. So I just wanted to make sure you heard that, because you knew who that was coming from.
Once again, I will remind all of the men in the audience, if you think that you can force a woman to make you a sandwich, you might not want to eat what she serves you.
Damn. Well, let's be clear. If all of a sudden you can limit your ability to be an independent woman, you may have no choice but to make them sandwiches. If all of a sudden you don't have access to a whole lot of careers in corporate America, you can't get in the military, which is, we may be headed down that road. You may become so dependent on a man, you ain't got no choice but to make him a sandwich.
Shit. No, I know how to grow food. Look, I'm Southern. I know how to hunt. You're joking? I would be providing all the food. I would be the man in that relationship, because God knows I've talked to the man. I swear to God, he's not competent to do shit. If we were starving, it would be me who would have to feed us, and I mean the hunting and all the man shit. He ain't capable.
But why do you think? Because certainly what you heard P. Hex say, we're going back to the male standard, and some women may not qualify and be in certain positions. Why do you think even the MAGA women seem to be okay with that?
I'm not sure that they are, because I don't think they knew all this shit was going to happen. I think that they believed that bullshit in the beginning. They don't believe Project 2025 is happening. And by the way, Russell Boyd is up there. Donald Trump ain't even hiding it no more. I'm just taking orders from Russell Boyd, and he's telling me to cut all this shit while the shutdown. Like, he is telling you straight up, we are, hot on finishing Project 2025, which I said leads back to a one-party Christian nation. Let's not forget that part.
Yeah,
Republicans think it will affect them. It's going to affect their ass too.
Wow. I think Trump tweeted out something today to indicate that he was actually going to, start. He tweeted out something to indicate that Project 2025 was real or something like that. It came this morning at 7 or 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, Russell Boyd is literally the #1 architect, and Donald Trump's up there damn taking orders from him. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, this is part of making America great. Is it possible, remotely,
He ain't.
somehow, some
No, he
way?
ain't. He's
Well,
not making America great. He's destroying this bitch. The dumbest thing I have ever seen is to put all our military brass in one room at the same time. We're just lucky one of our enemies didn't capitalize on that
yeah,
shit.
that didn't make any sense to me. But make no mistake about it, Andy. I get lots of viewers on here that are still saying Trump is the greatest of all time, best president we've ever
And they
had.
have no military readiness either. Most of them didn't serve. And even if they are old veterans who did serve, you ask them what it means when you put the entire military brass in one room and ask them how smart that was. They may lie to you, but they do know the circumstances and the ramifications.
Yeah, I really do not get that, because if somebody had if a terrorist bomb or somebody had taken that room out, you're talking thousands of years of experience and training all gone in a.
Like right off the earth in one
Yeah.
flash. He's not very bright. And not only that, the fat man and the alcoholic should not be up there giving, a bunch of generals how they need to be in shape and shave their beard when those two men obviously are weak.
3 more years. What are you looking at? What are we?
Trump
What are
will
we
make
looking
that
at?
long.
3 more years.
I actually think that I ain't seen Trump in a short sleeve shirt in forever, so I am guessing that he is getting dialysis for that
Damn.
congestive heart problem. When's the last time you saw him in a cutoff shirt, short sleeve shirt?
Dialysis though?
Been weeks. Been weeks.
What are you trying to suggest, that he may not make 3 more years?
Yeah.
The man said he wants to get into heaven, Andy. If he thinks it's about to.
Look, first of all, he ain't getting into heaven because first he can't ever. He himself said, "I've never asked for forgiveness." You cannot get to heaven without asking for forgiveness. His ass won't do it. Forget it. He said when somebody asked him one time, "Have you ever asked for forgiveness?" and they were talking about the Bible.
Yeah.
He said, "I got nothing to ask forgiveness for."
Yeah,
He said that.
we have played that video clip of him saying that on stage, that he's
No.
never asked for forgiveness. He did say
Why
that.
y'all like he can say he wants to get into heaven? That more lip service. The Republicans fall for more political theater than anybody I've ever seen, and it's all theater because he's full of shit.
Well, they believe he's making the country great, though, Andy. They believe he's doing a good job.
I'm not so sure they all believe that anymore. I believe some fools on TikTok do, but like the Alabama representative got booed out of his Republican town hall.
Well, I'll just say this: if
That's unheard of in Alabama.
I'll
Unheard
just
of.
say this:
I
if
don't care about the rest of the country. That's never happened here.
yeah, but I'll just say this: if there are MAGA that does not think Trump is doing a good job, they're pretty silent, Andy. I mean, there's a few town halls here and there, but for the most part, if Trump holds a rally today,
Why has every special election gone to a Democrat? And why is it they don't want to swear in the newest Democrat that would give them the last vote to release the Epstein files? Huh? Why are we not doing that?
because of what you just said,
Why
they're going to
is-
release the Epstein
and
files.
look, and he's freaked out because his damn profile from Grindr's out there on the wall. Mike Johnson's like just out there losing his shit, and we already knew he was a freak because remember what he said about his child having to look into his habits?
Yeah,
They had to keep
I
each
do
other from
remember
the
that.
corn habit.
I do remember
like
that.
we all know what a freak Mike Jesus Johnson is. So
Nothing wrong with a man having a little bit
we
of
can only
horniness
put
every
off-
now
we
and
can
then.
only put off not putting her in her office for a short period, and then we will have them. And I don't even think it's Republicans on the list. Now I think Trump's there, but I do think it's their donors. Did you hear the Democrat the other day saying, "I know of one banker," and he listed the banker's name? Well, if you go look on Jeffrey's card, there are 4 or 5 bankers there.
Yeah, I don't know, but I do agree. It seems like Trump, for the most part, does not want all the information involving the Epstein list to get out. I don't know why, other than either he's on it or he knows people he cares about that's on it. Whatever the case may be, that seems to be clear. Andy, I do got to move it on, but I don't think over the next 3 years, I don't think we're ever going to get to the bottom of the Epstein list unless the Democrats win in the midterms.
Well, no, we need the one vote we needed to release those files. He won't swear in.
Yeah.
She's already there. And you can say whatever you want to, but Democrats have been winning special elections left and right since Trump got elected. People know what's what.
All
We can
right.
pretend like they don't, but Republicans don't need to get cozy in the fact this is why Trump is trying so hard to put military in these cities and shit because he wants to make people afraid to vote in midterms. We're coming, Republicans. Don't think we're not.
All right. 13 months from probably the hottest election in our nation's history. Andy, appreciate you coming through.
See ya.
Holla. Sandwiches. I gotta go. Moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. Get your boy on up to 20,000. You know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Have always been MAGA friendly. Always will be MAGA friendly. By the way, I got another camera device coming, so we will be live on X next. Kind of rhymes, doesn't it? We'll be live on X next. So starting tomorrow, we will also be running live on X. I was thinking about going live on Truth Social, but I'm not familiar with the app just yet. We do have a Truth Social account. I know I can bring up callers live on X. I know there's a lot of MAGA on X. That's why I'm going there. If you do have X, the Handsome Liberal is our account. Feel free to follow that. That's where we will be live as well on X. We do have a Truth Social, the Handsome Liberal on Truth Social. If you're ever using that and you want to follow us as well, Mike says that will be crazy as shit. The more MAGA, the merrier. You know, we do want to get MAGA on there. The problem is though, when Biden was in office, I'm not going to bloviate too long, but when Biden was in office and I was critical of Biden, I was called everything from an Uncle Tom to a sellout, you know, all of that bullshit because I was criticizing Biden. However, the liberals didn't leave the program. They just called me everything but a child of God. Unfortunately, once Trump is in office, when you criticize Trump, MAGA leaves. They don't, I mean, they'll insult the hell out of you too, but MAGA, that's one reason why I like to have a free speech program because I want to make sure everybody can speak. But MAGA doesn't just want free speech; they want pro-Trump speech oftentimes. So the minute you get critical of Trump, MAGA leaves. I would rather you state your case, throw your insults around or whatever, but stick around and we can clear up some things. But no, they just literally leave. So that is a problem. We'll see what happens on X. But I know there's a hell of a lot of MAGA floating around there. So we do have a Truth Social. We do have a X account. We got Rumble as well. Rumble has MAGA on it as well, but it's a much smaller down in the weeds platform. So the Handsome Liberal on Rumble, any of those accounts, follow your boy. We'll still continue being on Clapper. We're currently on Instagram right now. We're currently on YouTube, and we're currently on TikTok. And if you enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle without anybody being blocked, banned, or censored, I encourage you to follow or give me a sub when you're watching the program. Tim, I love your work. Thanks for being a constant inspiration. Darren, I like that. I could have used that in divorce court. Appreciate the compliment. Bring some more friends, Chris, with you. Yeah, I want his MAGA in particular. Come on through. Thank you, folks that are saying love your show. I appreciate all of that. So we go back to the box. Real quick, what I was talking about before we go to the box. This came from Trump this morning. I have a meeting today with Russ Voigt. He of Project 2025 fame. He threw that in there deliberately. He's of Project 2025 fame to determine which of the many Democrat agencies, most of which are a political scam, he recommends to be cut, and whether or not those cuts will be temporary or permanent. So he's going to bring in a guy who is known for Project 2025 to decide. This is coming from Trump. I'm going to bring in a guy who worked on Project 2025 to decide which Democrat programs are going to be cut, and we don't know if they're going to be temporary or permanent. That's what he's saying. He continues on by saying, I can't believe the radical left Democrats gave me this unprecedented opportunity. They are not stupid people. So maybe this is their way of wanting to quietly and quickly make America great again. Wow, President Donald J. Trump. That's a lot. That's a lot. So let me go back to the box. he now himself is throwing around the word Project 2025, something that he had never read, something he didn't know nothing about, had no intentions of doing it. Now he actually is throwing it around himself now that there is very little to lose from doing so. Going back to the box, I'll bring up Mike. Good evening. Welcome. Oh, wait a minute. I brought up Tamar. Good evening, Tamar. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. Good evening, Tim.
Yes. So, whoa, who just did that? Thank you for that disco ball H2O. So, what do you think? Folks are saying that Trump is intolerant. Others are saying he loves black people. What say you? What is this? The end of Michael Jackson's Thriller? What the hell? What's up with the laugh?
Because you're a funny guy.
Okay.
No, honestly, I mean,
Turn your signal off.
he doesn't love it. He only loves money. He only loves money and power. Honestly,
Nothing wrong with loving money.
Yeah. But if you're going to screw people over, you're the president of the United States.
How is President Trump,
Correct.
President Trump claiming to make America great again? How is he screwing over people, and who is he screwing over in your opinion?
He's screwing over the entire country.
The entire country don't
He's
feel
the
that
only
way.
only person getting rich is him and his family.
The entire country don't
Let's
feel.
be real.
The entire country don't. In fact, I read a poll the other day that
And
said
the 1% that he's saving taxes for. Everybody else is getting screwed.
I don't think the entire country agrees with you. I believe, in fact, most MAGA, if they voted again today, would
No,
vote.
the cult, yeah, because they're part of the cult. We've already talked about this, Tim. The cult, yeah, they're cult members, so of course they're not going to see it. I've been going back and forth with a ex of mine that's a black MAGA, and her brain is so warped into this MAGA that I don't even, like, it's to the point where I'm like, I don't even want to be friends with her at times anymore, because it's just like, it's unbelievable how her degree of thinking.
What's making
how
you suggest or indicate that folks who support Trump are in some sort of cult? I mean, pro life, small government, pro military, pro Christianity. Maybe Trump just aligns with their values. Maybe it has nothing to do with a cult.
I sent her a screenshot of the X thing that he sent about the Vault guy.
Okay.
About
right.
having a meeting with.
Okay.
And she said, "Oh, well, what's so bad about Project 25? It has conservative values." I said, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Well, it does have conservative values, but
it
it's also fascism, but it does have conservative values.
I said it's fascism. I said it's cutting. Only thing that I can say that she honestly didn't agree with was with him doing the stuff with the military. That was the only thing that she said was what he was going too far with.
What about
the thing with the thing with the 2028 Trump? She goes, "Oh, he's just trolling." That was funny. I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
When he was in the office with the finance guys, what's his name? This was a couple months ago.
What was said? What was said? What are you getting at?
When he was bragging about how much money he saved, one of the rich guys when all the stuff was.
Oh yeah, the guy made $2 million. Yeah, the guy made a couple $1 million overnight or something. $2 billion. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
All the people were losing their 401ks
yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah.
She said she found nothing wrong with that. She told me I didn't understand. I didn't understand it because I'm a liberal.
Well, the belief on the right is that you can see all of Trump's flaws and indiscretions, but you ignore them when they come from Biden or Obama or some liberal. They're believing that you're deliberately targeting Trump unfairly.
Yeah, well, I don't know. She sent me a video and I watched it. And she showed me, and I actually agreed with some of it that it was a black, I guess it was a black MAGA, and he was showing a clip of Maxine Waters, and she would not answer. The reporter was asking her, did she want health care for illegals? And she kept on saying, "I want health care for all." She would not say no. She just kept on, and I'm like, and they were saying something about. I guess they were saying that they were getting they would get what they were doing, how they were getting how they were saying that they were justifying that they were giving healthcare to the illegals, but that they were giving that when Biden was letting all these people come in, that they were giving them that the temporary protection.
They were. Well, if you're here legally, you certainly as an because most of the people that came in under the Biden administration were asylum seekers, and that was a legal point of it. Now Trump has changed that. You can't come in and claim asylum like that. But
this is what the guy was saying. So he was saying that eventually, I guess they would flood the court with so many asylum seekers,
right?
So that eventually, I guess they would start having kids and being productive people of the community,
right?
And eventually, they would just get like the hope that was that they would eventually just get green cards and just. I guess
that was going to happen.
Democrat voters.
That is true. I believe. I believe that is true. If Kamala Harris had won and she served 4 years or even 8 years in office, there's a really good chance that a lot of those asylum seekers would have got green cards because they flooded the system. There were tens of thousands of them, so there was no way to give them all a case. Yeah, I actually believe that was going to happen. They actually were going to be probably allowed to stay.
And I kind of and this is why they're saying that the illegals were getting health coverage, and I don't really know. I kind of was like looking into it, and I couldn't really find anything about it. But they were saying that basically that because they were coming in that way, that's why they're getting the health coverage.
Okay, real quick, I want to respond to that, but real quick, I want to respond to somebody in the comments as well. Something Saboa's Tank or something says, "I don't need free speech to be free and happy, friend." What? I can't believe somebody put that in the comments. I don't need free speech to be free and happy. Wow. Yikes. Okay, just go ahead and bow out. Now, in regards to
for that.
Yeah, somebody actually wrote that in the comments. Wow. Now, in regards to the notion that the Democrats are for giving illegal immigrants health care, it is true if you finagle the meaning of what is an illegal immigrant. Fact is, if you come over and you got temporary protected status or you are an asylum seeker, you're here legally under the Biden administration. And if you're here legally, then you could qualify. Under President Trump, people who were here legally suddenly became here illegally. So once he made them illegal, he also wants to take away anything that they qualify for. So when you hear them saying that the Democrats want to give illegal immigrants free health care, no, it's because you just made them illegals. They weren't illegal until you came in and changed all the laws. Because most of the people,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, he changed the. So
you know what?
Go ahead.
Joe Biden made this a fucking a shit show. I hate to say it. I voted for Joe Biden. Yes, I did. But I was quick to call I'm quick to call him out on his mistakes. And I did vote for Kamala, even though I know she wasn't going to win because she had no time to actually
to run a campaign. Yeah.
But this is a complete shit show, and this is the reason why we have what we have right now. Because he should have basically bowed out and allowed somebody else to run. Way.
Let me ask it to you this way: if he had bowed out after the first term, like it was a transitional president, like he led people to believe, and did a better job on securing the border, do you think Trump would have won again?
No. If he had did a decent job with the border, and if he would have just left it remain in Mexico and it didn't stop the wall from being built, because I'm not saying not everything Trump was doing in his first term was bad. The pipeline that he was building, that wasn't a bad idea. I hate to say it. The wall, that wasn't a bad idea. The remain in Mexico thing, it wasn't. I may not have approved of it, but it wasn't an actual bad idea. I mean, honestly, I don't think Trump had it not been for the pandemic, Trump wouldn't have lost in 2020.
Yeah.
The only reason Trump lost in 2020 is that everybody was home, and then he started doing that pandemic briefing every day, and people seen how much of a dickhead he was every day.
You mean
And that's
they
what
had to
on
wait
top
till
of it,
you think they had to wait till the pandemic to realize he was a dickhead? Even MAGA thinks he's a dickhead.
I
They
mean,
just like his
kind of,
policies.
but a lot of people wasn't home like that. So a lot of people was home and got to actually see, like, oh, this guy's really an asshole. I mean, yeah. I mean, if it wasn't for the pandemic, Trump would have won hands down easily.
I
Because of the
agree
pandemic.
partially. I agree partially. I do believe if it wasn't for him fucking up the pandemic, he would have won a second term. I disagree that they had to wait till the pandemic to realize he was a dickhead. MAGA was admitting he was a dickhead. They just like what he was
though. I
doing.
mean, like people got to see actually how much of an asshole he was. I mean, every day, think about it. It was must see TV. It was must see TV every
Yeah.
day around 5 o'clock. I worked the second shift. I know it was must see TV every day. We was in there in the break room, gathered around watching this shit, or on our phones, sneaking around in the corner watching it.
But that's credit to President Trump. He is you remember the Dos Equis, the most interesting man in the world. Stay thirsty, my friend. Trump by far is the most interesting politician we've had in our lifetime. So he is a ratings bonanza. He is entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
He might piss you off,
He is.
but he's entertaining.
And when he's gone, what are people gonna do? What is the Midas touch gonna do?
They gonna try to-
What are those shows is not gonna do without Trump.
Once Trump is gone, everybody will be trying to make another Trump. Everybody, it's kind of like when Simon Cowell left American Idol. They started hiring all these British guys with a bad attitude. They were trying to make another one because he's really good at doing it. I mean, so there will always be somebody. Expect to see politicians in the future being really raspy and critical and throwing around all kinds of insults because Trump has showed that it works very well. I'll give you the last word. I do got to move it on, but they will always be trying to create another Trump. Gavin Newsom is also an example of that now. Last word to you. Would you vote for Gavin? Would you vote for Gavin?
I like this trolling that he's doing to Trump, but I don't really think that he would win because he's doing all right in California now, but he did a lot of fucking up. So I honestly like Tim Walz. I like what he's done in Minnesota. I like his. I think he's an average guy. I think a lot of people did not get a chance to know what he was about. He really did. He's not really 10 pound Tim, like they called him.
Them nicknames are hard to get around, man. Once Trump brands you with a nickname, that shit's hard to get around.
I did, and that's the thing. That's the thing. They're like little. He's like Eric Cartman from South Park. That's what Trump is like. If you remind him, he's a little fat, little fucking. Who said it?
Oh shit!
He's been the Cheeto dust all over the fucking place.
Oh my god! All right, Chuma, I gotta move it on.
Be easy on Tim sometimes. He's got a show to run.
3 years to go. Appreciate you. Thank you.
She's got her points. I know she got her points, but she's got to understand that you got a show to run.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's a difficult task sometimes, but we try to make it happen. Everyone loves Cartman, the master debater. How is he good at snappy comebacks with the childish response? And Jackson, thank you for your support. I think the trolling that Gavin Newsom does is probably going to win him a lot of favoritism with the Democratic Party. That go high when they go low shit. I think a lot of Democrats are realizing that is not going to get you anywhere. I mean, once Trump brands you with a nickname, that shit is like having a felony. I mean, everywhere you go, people know your nickname. Everywhere you go, MAGA's going to be calling you that. Bird Brain, Crazy Bernie, Nervous Nancy, Sleepy Joe. Once he brands you with that shit, it is on you. What was his name? Ron DeSanctimonious, Lion Ted Cruz. Getting around those nicknames, what is it now? Gavin Newscum, Sloppy Chris Christie. I mean, you got to get around that. So I don't think the go high route is going to work well for Democrats. I do believe as long as Trump is around, probably the best way of dealing with him is to fight fire with fire. You're going to have to hit him below the belt the same way he's hitting you. I just don't think taking the high road is going to win against Trump because you got at least 30% of the country that like that shit that are in MAGA. So I don't see surviving doing anything else but exactly what he is doing. Ivan Curry says MAGA, 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 MAGA country. All right, Yvonne. And I got Big Dog in the comments calling me a sellout. I tell you, we get those. We do get those. By the way, going back to the box, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 35,000. We can make that happen if you let your thumbs not be lazy. Continuing on with the program, we'll go straight to MAGA Reacts. Trump is the lesser of two evils. That ain't really speaking very favorably of Trump. MAGA, good evening.
Tim, where do I start today? First of all, you don't need 10 phones to be on different platforms. You
Okay.
need one phone and one of the programs I linked to you.
I need to be able to see the comments, though.
They give you all the comments all in one spot.
Okay.
Especially if you do a mix of like a phone and computer, you can have all the chats all together in one spot.
We'll talk about it off the program, but what else you got?
And then the last thing you said about going high, going low, trolling, Newsom trolling, that's not going to help him. It's not about trolling. It's about being authentic. That's why, like Bernie and AOC, they don't need to, I mean, they do their own form of trolling, but they're just authentic, and that's why they're like the most popular Democrats. You know,
I gotta disagree. I don't think authentic alone is going to do it. And by the way, I don't see Trump as being authentic on a whole lot of shit. I mean, I didn't do nothing with Stormy Daniels. Trump says all kinds of shit that people know is not true when he's saying it. He's not authentic. I mean, he's an authentic Christian.
He's authentically Trump. Authentic doesn't mean honest.
Yeah.
Authentic means be yourself.
Yeah, that's the thing is he's authentically Trump, but I don't know how you can call somebody authentic if you can't even believe the words coming out of their mouth. I mean, what does authenticity mean?
Authenticity just means be yourself. If you're a liar, be a liar. If you're a good guy, be a good guy. Don't fake being a good guy. And
If you're a liar, be a liar. Wow. That's a hell of a thing to say for a president. If you're a liar, be a liar. Wow.
Well, I'm just talking about being authentic here. Whoever you are, whatever you're doing. I actually got that from DMX. He's like, trust people to be themselves. And as long as people are authentically themselves, you're going to pick up on that.
But I still got to push back because I've seen him flip-flop with Netanyahu. I've seen him flip-flop with Zelensky. I don't even think he's being authentic. I don't even think that that's true. I think he tells the public a lot of shit that even he knows is not true or don't believe. I don't believe the way he.
Being true. It's about being Trump, being himself.
I just don't see it. I mean, the way he's handled Epstein, you see authenticity in that?
Overall, I mean, he's not authentic 100% of the time, but he's more authentic than most people.
Really?
Trump's always Trump. Trump's always going to joke. I mean, that's why he does all this shit that pisses you off, because he's authentically doing Trump things, like saying he doesn't want the best for his enemies. He wants his enemies to fail.
That's authentic. Yeah. I mean,
he could have lied and be like, I forgive whatever Democrats too, but he doesn't lie and tell you I'm going to forgive Democrats. He's going to be like, I authentically don't like these guys because they're working against me.
Yeah, but then when he says I've done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln, you think that's authentic?
Yeah, that's authentic Trump. Trump loves to brag about things.
What the fuck has he done?
Like he normally does. He could do the smallest thing for African Americans. It's like, I'm the best friends they ever had. He's being himself. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like,
you don't really
Newsom
think that
isn't going to work because it's not Newsom.
You don't really believe that President Trump truly believes he's done more for blacks than any president since Abraham Lincoln. You think he really believes that?
That's not what I said.
What did you say? Then clear it up. Clear it up. What did you say?
Here. You don't understand the right, or you don't understand what I'm saying at all. And that's the problem you have with MAGA. It's not that you're saying shit about Trump. It's just you don't understand Trump and you're misinterpreting things.
I'll say this. I've never had a politician in office that so many people that support him claims that nobody understands him and everybody's taking him out of context as if everybody else is stupid and only MAGA has some kind of interpretation reader. We understand what the hell he's saying. I mean, you just don't want to admit it.
We watch the same exact thing and we get two different messages from it.
No.
And guess what? More people understand him than misunderstand him because more people voted for him than voted against
Yeah,
him.
that's true. But when Biden won, more people voted for Biden than Trump, and it was saying we didn't understand him then.
Yeah, that was more COVID than anything. And he was hiding in the basement. There was nothing to understand. He was just hiding.
No, what I'm
What was
saying
that?
is even when Trump lost, you guys were saying that we didn't understand. The people understand Trump. He ain't speaking a foreign language. You guys are just deciphering shit differently. Like a lot of times when he says something, you guys were he was just joking. Even though ain't nobody in the fucking room laughing, you guys somehow called that a joke. Nobody laughed. It ain't a joke. We can see that.
We laughed.
No, you didn't.
Most of the time, we laughed.
Okay.
Or, and not all jokes land. Some jokes you try to be funny and it ends up being racist. I don't know what to tell you.
So you do admit that some of the shit he's saying is racist.
All right, you can make anything racist nowadays.
That ain't what I asked you. That ain't what I asked you.
Yeah, no, he's a fucking 80-year-old fucking guy from forever ago. I'm surprised he's not more racist.
So then, based on what you're saying, when folks interpret Trump and say he's racist, then they're not coming out of left field. Even you admitting that he says racist shit.
There's two different kinds of racist.
Oh my God. You damn right. We don't understand you at all. Give me the two different kinds of racist.
There's the I hate you racist, and there's the cultural appropriation racist, where I'm just trying to be cool like my black friends, and I'm copying what they're doing. They're just
Two different kinds of racist.
People kind of racist where I want them dead and I'm disrespecting them and shit like that. That's the hateful racist. That's the bad racist. I mean, the other racist is bad, but it's not the same. You know what I mean?
And you genuinely believe this shit.
I mean, I'm trying my best to explain things in a way you would understand them.
Right, and I'm listening to you, and I'm taking you now out of context because this doesn't make a damn bit of sense to me. What two different kinds of races? I've never heard that in my 50 plus years of life. You're trying to separate.
It's like when you say Asians are bad drivers. That's more of like a funny stereotype, And then if you say Asians are scumbags, that's I hate Asians kind of racist.
Okay, so when he said I hate Democrats, that's a clear cut hateful. That's pure hate. When he said I hate Democrats.
Yeah, but Democrats not race.
No, I get that. Like when he said he don't want Muslims coming in the country. I mean, is that hate there?
I don't even think Muslim is a race.
No, but you can.
It's sort of a race.
Okay. Well, I want to give you this. I'll give you this quote. You tell me what type of racism you see in this, or do you see any racism in it at all?
Core criminals. We took many people off the streets of Washington, D.C. They're hardcore. They're not going to be good. In 10 years, in 20 years, in 2 years, they're going to be criminals. They were born to be criminals, frankly. They were born to be criminals, and they're tough.
So when he's talking about a predominantly African-American community and suggesting that the people were born to be criminals, how do you view that?
Do you remember the other day when I was talking about like Charlie Kirk and masturbating and how he was against it? And you're like, oh, that's not specifically criticizing white people. This isn't specifically criticizing black people. But if he was talking about only black people, like you're interpreting it, he would be racist. But I can't really 100% say he's talking about black people.
So when he's talking about people in Baltimore were born to be criminals, you think he's talking about Chinese that live there?
I don't know. Like I said,
why don't you know this? This stuff is obvious as you before me talking. Everybody knows the predominant citizenry in Baltimore and these cities is talking about are black. Certainly the ones that are committing most of the crime. And you're trying to make it sound like he's talking about other people and not blacks. I think you're spinning this.
Again, you're misunderstanding me. If
I
I'm
am.
going off exactly what you're saying, you're 100% right. He's racist. If he's talking about black people and Baltimore and all that, I don't know the context of that entire speech. I'm sure if I go back and watch it, I would be like, oh no, he's not being racist at all. But going off what you're interpreting it to me, what you're telling me, he's being racist.
Yeah,
if what you say is correct, then he's being racist.
Yeah, he's talking about people in Baltimore these people are born to be criminals. The overwhelming majority of people committing crime and just the residents in general in Baltimore are black. Period. The overwhelming majority of the people that fit the narrative of what he's describing are black people. So when he say they're born to be
My brother
criminal,
lives in Baltimore, so I don't know.
yeah, I mean, same thing with DC. Most of the residents in DC are black.
No, I get you, but like, how are you gonna talk about criminals without insulting black people? Are we supposed to stop talking about crime then?
No, you can talk about criminals without suggesting people are born to be criminals. What the hell is that?
I can say that about white people. There's like white people, white trash criminals.
He's not
that
talking
are
about a
born
town
to
full of white
work.
people, MAGA. He's not talking about a town full of white people. He's talking about a town where there's
Towns
mostly
are-
blacks.
All these towns are full of whites, blacks, and all kinds of races.
I'll just say this in regards to the conversation we're having. I can see why you view the Democrats as taking them out of context, because I'm listening to the answers you're giving, and we're nowhere near each other on this stuff. You're looking at Baltimore and saying he could be talking about whites and Chinese and shit. I mean, we're so far apart on this. I can see how you see people taking them out of context, because the minority community would listen to stuff you're saying and say you sound crazy. This stuff makes no sense.
The other thing is, I realize more and more, like, because I live in Miami and Miami's so diverse, I don't really like the other last like 3 times I've come up here, everyone's like, you're not black or you're not white, and I'm like, yeah, because I don't see myself as black or white. I see myself as Egyptian. I see my friends as Cuban, Argentinian. Like, I know them all by their nationality because there's so much diversity here. Just calling someone black or white is never accurate.
Mike,
So,
What's going on, Tim?
what is he saying wrong to you?
He's always talking bullshit. You know, MAGA knows he don't know what we're talking
I'm
about. Let me
talking
ask you
about
this.
my perspective.
Okay, but your perspective, you're talking about your perspective of what Trump is saying. Let me ask you this: can you tell me a time that you can recall where Trump addressed white-on-white crime in this country?
I mean, he addresses crime in general.
Oh, I didn't say crime in general. That's not what I said.
Right.
I said, tell me a time where you heard Trump mention white-on-white crime.
I guess not on the top of my head.
So not off the top of your head, you can't remember. So next time you come on this live, do some research and tell me if you find one. I already know the answer, but I need you to do some research before you start talking about it. So if you've never heard him say it, you've never heard him imply it, why do you obfuscate when he does talk about crime that he's not talking about black people, when he never talks about white people?
That's a good point.
But everybody commits crimes.
That's not what I said, MAGA Reacts. That's not what I said, sir.
Because I don't see things in that way. I just.
Well, how can you not? Well, wait a minute. If you don't see him that way, then why do you come up and repeat the racist tropes about black-on-black crime? If you don't see it that way.
What do you mean? I'm not trying to repeat racist tropes. I'm just repeating
what I'm
that
saying
and
is-
what's going on.
If you can't remember him ever talking about white-on-white crime, then what kind of crime do you hear him talking about?
Listen, the reason I don't remember is because I don't pay attention to race
Sure you
stuff
do.
like that.
Sure you do, Scooter. You're just being an asshole and you don't want to answer my question. There's
Like,
no
when I come
way.
up here, I mostly talk about crime by city. I don't really talk about crime by race that much.
No, but if you're
Brought it
just
up.
talking about city, then you would be talking about other cities that have higher crime rates than Chicago. But you always go to Chicago. Why?
But I don't talk about race. I'm talking about amount of crime. Chicago has the most crime, the most.
It doesn't
homicide.
have the most crime.
No, it
It has
doesn't.
the most
No, it
homicides.
doesn't.
It doesn't have the most.
Well,
It does
well,
have
wait.
homicides.
It actually
It
does,
has
Mike.
homicides in
It actually does in terms of just sheer.
Homicides.
Yeah, it does in terms of sheer numbers, not per capita, but in terms of sheer
Right.
numbers. Chicago does have the
talking
most
about-
homicides.
But he's talking about murders. That's not all violent crime. Sexual
No,
assaults is wait a minute.
Go
Sexual
ahead.
assaults are violent crime, right? So if
Yeah.
you're talking about crime as a collective, not just one type of crime, it would not be Chicago.
I don't know for a fact.
Yeah,
so
I
don't
can't-
know the
I
stats
can't
on
speak
that
on
one,
that.
So I can't.
But I will just say this in regards to
saying you're wrong. I
in
just
regards to
don't
the
know
fact that Chicago is the third largest city. Only New York and LA are bigger than Chicago. So you would expect Chicago to have a pretty high murder rate. I mean, it should at the very least never come below third place. I mean, so he's not going per capita. He's just going on sheer murder. So you wouldn't expect Cincinnati to have more murders than Chicago, considering it's only a fraction of the size. But that's what he's going by.
Sure, but he's not saying crime. He's using that crime. But see, here's the thing, MAGA. You get
Yeah.
up here and you act like you don't see these things that you see because you use them in your arguments.
Because I'm arguing against what you're saying. So I have
No,
to
you're
use them
not.
to debate you.
No,
Even though
you're
I
not.
don't really think about these things. I'm just replying to you and you use them in your arguments.
No, you
Make me
come up
use them.
here and substantiate. Tim pushes back on your consistent tropes about this topic, but you only use their talking points. Because if you had done any research, you would know that the things you say aren't true.
I do research on what I can. This isn't my job.
Okay, so let me ask you. It's not mine either. I think we all work, but let me ask you a question then. Tim just said, Tim, I heard you earlier say that you were looking for racist tropes or things that Trump has said that are racist, and you had to stop at some point.
I got a lot of them. Yeah, I stopped at about 15 because they were just I was finding way too much stuff to run a live off of it. I don't want to just be playing clips of Trump all day, but I stopped at about 15.
Right. So you stopped at about 15, and then you kind of got tired because you're like,
Yeah.
shit, right? So this is what I'm saying. If you want to be accurate, MAGA, about what's going on, then you would spend a little bit more time before you get up here. Because when you get up here and you say, well, you work, we all work. But when we bring up topics like Tim is bringing up and you obfuscate all of them, and then when we talk about facts, did you say you don't see race, but every city you bring up are the same cities he brings up. You never talk about the actual cities. If you go look, Chicago's not the most violent city.
Me and him have had this conversation, but me and MAGA have had this conversation. But like I said, he's going by sheer number. So Chicago should have the most grapes. It's going to lead probably in sexual assault because they got so many damn people there. I mean, they should be in the top.
New York is so much bigger. New
Yeah.
York is 4 times the size, and they have.
But like I told you, that is not a fair way to assess a city because you're just solely going on they got more than St. Louis or somebody, and you're ignoring the fact that they got a lot more people that live there.
Look, I criticize Chicago because the amount of homicides is just really bad. As far
No,
as
actually, it ain't. It's not. Actually, it's not. I mean, when you factor in that St. Louis has damn near about almost half as many homicides as Chicago, but they are only 1/10 the size of that city.
No, they don't have half. They have 150 versus 600. So
Yeah,
way
well,
less
okay,
than
so they got
half.
about a fourth of it, but they're a tenth of the size of Chicago. So their homicide rate is way
They have a
worse.
higher rate. Yeah, and you're right. That's why they have a higher murder rate because they're a tenth of the size of Chicago. But also, like, city sizes are decided by randomness. Really, like in Miami, the city is divided.
That
into
ain't what
24
we're
different
talking about. What we're talking about is why is Chicago continuing to be discussed, even though you're admitting places like St. Louis and Memphis have a really ridiculous murder rate,
Because-
and Trump is skipping over them.
Because 500 to 800 is a very high murder rate.
Because they are
Really
liberal.
abnormal.
Because they are
It's
liberal.
lower.
If I gotta move it on from you, MAGA, I gotta move it
Four
on.
times the murder rate of New York. I mean, it's double and triple the size of New York.
I'm just going to tell you that MAGA, I got to move it on from you, MAGA. I'll keep Mike for a minute, but I'll just tell you
No
this:
worries. Keep moving.
if Trump,
Thank you for everything.
yeah, if Chicago or New York elected a Republican mayor, you wouldn't hear Trump talking about Chicago no more. It ain't got nothing to do with the murder rate. It's the fact that they have a liberal city. If they put a Republican mayor in Chicago that liked Trump, or a Republican governor in New York or Los Angeles, Trump would suddenly stop talking about them. It ain't got shit to do with the murder rate. It's the fact that they're liberals.
How about? I would love to see that. Let's put a Republican in Chicago. Yes.
Goodbye. That ain't gonna happen. Appreciate you coming through.
Take care.
Anyway, Mike. So
Hey, what's going on?
not much at all. Now the guy is, folks. I had somebody tell me today Trump is racist, and that's what incentivized me to look up clips or whatever. But other folks, including Trump himself, says he's done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln, and he still has the support of Black MAGA. Black MAGA. I haven't talked to anybody who's African American that voted for Trump. People got pages all over social media. In fact, I'm looking at Lumberjack today wearing a MAGA hat, an African American. They're still very happy with him. What say you?
Yeah, and I told you this. I think it was last night or the night before. They've always had, hey, they had slaves that was telling on other slaves to the master. So that's why Harriet said sometimes we got to leave some of them motherfuckers behind. I told you, we're not a monolith. Listen, we're not a monolith. The 8% and the 15%, they can keep their ass right where they are and continue to believe it because somebody's gonna get touched. I'd rather it be them than the other 85 and 92%. So, but it doesn't mean that because they're listening to a racist that, you watch Django. Steven didn't understand what was going on with Calvin either. Now, did he?
Yeah, but I don't know if I would compare Black MAGA to.
I will. You don't have to, Tim. I will.
All right, well, I don't know. That's a bit harsh, but hang on one second.
It's not.
Hold on, hang on one second. Real quick in the comments, Handsome Stubby Fingers, that's a different name, says Trump ain't shit, and Tim and MAGA reacts is fluffy shit. I'm fluffing again. Wow. Who came up with that term? Was that King Finn? That was you? Oh my! You need to go. You need to go to hell with that. You need to go to hell with that. Hold on. Let me read. Let me do this comment justice. So he says, Tim, MAGA reacts is fluffy shit and cut the shit, and Trump is all out racist as hell. So that's not a Handsome Stubby Fingers is obviously not a Trump supporter. He's seeing the guy as racist. So.
Listen,
wow, that was a lot to read. That was painful. Stubby Fingers. Go ahead, Mike.
No, you said I was being harsh by saying that, but here's the problem. If it's harsh by me saying that, I'm only reacting to the things that Trump says that they support. I'm not going out of my way. Listen, let me ask you this.
Sure.
And MAGA React, since you're in the comment, go do some research. Tell me who Nigel Edge is, and then come back to me. And then the reason
that's the killer.
That because I know he doesn't.
Oh, you asked me. I thought you asked me because I did research and I know exactly who that is.
Well, you know who he is.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Yeah.
But when's the last time you seen him on national news, Tim? When's the last time we got a
the day it happened? The day it happened, that was it.
Exactly. That was it. What about Michigan? When's the last time we got an update on the Pew Pewer and church burner in Michigan? When's the last time we got an update? Because they know it goes against their narrative.
So what are you saying? If the mass shooter happens to be black, they'll play it more?
Absolutely, 100%. Any crime that black and brown do, we're going to see it be used as propaganda to show that we're violent. And people like MAGA React just goes, well, it's just Chicago. I'm like, but you're not looking at the data because you don't want to look at the data. Because if you do some more, listen, we're living in a very important time. This is not the time not to be thorough in your research. This is not the time to just,
But are we crying too much? Listen to this comment. Will Sims says, because he's referring to what you're talking about. He says, calling someone racist has no meaning anymore. It's like the boy who cried wolf. The town folk are not listening anymore. You have overplayed your hand.
No. Well, I don't know what the fuck that means because at the end of the day, if you're racist, I should continue to call you racist. Like, if you hurt children, I should continue to say you hurt children until somebody does something about it.
Well, what it means is he's suggesting that black people have called so many people and things and slogans and sayings racist that are actually not racist, that nobody takes blacks seriously anymore when they say you're racist.
And
or not just blacks, people, period.
Right. But here's the thing. Tell me who's telling us they're tired of hearing us call people racist. It's typically the racist that's saying that. Right? Number one. Number two, society continues to show us examples that racism exists. Where else in America can a white woman call a black kid the nigger and make $1 million?
Hey, try not to. Yeah, that did happen. That did happen. Yeah, that absolutely.
Wait a minute, Tim. Okay, so whoever made that comment, tell me where being racist can be profitable any other place in America. That's not my opinion. I can show you facts.
I would assume, just in defense of, I don't want to say in defense of the racists, but in defense of people who think like that, my guess is this is probably not the only country where you can profit from being racist. It probably happens in England. Anywhere where probably can happen in Canada to some degree. Anywhere where you got different races, there's going to be racism. We see what happened in Iraq between the Sunni Shiites and Croats. Anywhere where you got different people, there's going to be racism.
Tim, think about this. Think about this. Kyle Rittenhouse, Donald Penny, Derek Chauvin all of these officers or white men that have done these violent crimes have financially made money off of it.
I'm going to take Daniel Penny out of that conversation, though.
Why?
Because I
Why?
think Daniel Penny, the Marine on the subway, I don't think he had nefarious intentions. He might have went
No,
overboard.
that's not what I mean, Tim. I'm not talking about what he did. I'm talking about the reaction. I'm talking when
Yeah.
he got out, he got invited to the White House. I'm talking Kyle Rittenhouse got invited to the White House, and they both made money and they profited off of what they did. And there were a lot of people, a lot of racist people that were applauding what they did.
Yeah, but
gotta
you
remember-
making me take the white side of this argument. I don't want to do it, but I got to defend the white people on day, because I'm gonna tell you something. Just like you're saying that these people are making money off racism, blacks also rushed out to chastise these people, yelling racism. I don't know what Daniel Penny did had anything racist about it, but the black community started instantly yelling racism on that guy. So okay.
The system, it's not, see again, Tim, it's not about necessarily him, because I don't know what his motivation was. But here's what I do know. I do know that he choked a man out on at some point that he felt that man not moving anymore. Okay? Now, again, this system, if you change that, Tim, are we having the same conversation, Tim?
What do you mean?
You change, just switch. He's the victim. And the black guy that choked him out, do you think it ends that way? Maybe it does. But the history in this country says the system is not equally yoked.
No, the system is not
making it
equal.
up.
The system is not equally yoked. But the first thing I would say is it depends on what part of the country it happens in, too.
I'm just saying, place it back in that same country. But I agree with you. But if it matters that where it is, then that means that racism exists.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend. You know something? I'm not going to pretend for a minute that racism doesn't exist in this country. In fact, MAGA will tell you that racism exists. It's just usually it exists in a different capacity than what you're currently discussing. They'll tell you it exists, but what you're currently talking about is not racist, whatever it might be.
I know, and that's what they're saying. But I will challenge you right now on your screen behind you. Google, because I did this already when everybody was complaining about people celebrating Charlie Kirk. So I Googled people mocking Charlie Kirk, and then I Googled people mocking George Floyd. You want to know the difference in images you're going to find?
Oh, my God. Probably images of George Floyd being killed.
Well, there's images of a whole bunch of white kids, and one's got a knee on his back. There's a police officer. There's dozens of pictures.
Well, I can understand that, though, because the minute people started mocking the death of Charlie Kirk, the president stepped in and started making and vice president, everything from your job. They started making immediate threats, and he became somewhat unsafe, at least job-wise, to make fun of Charlie Kirk. George Floyd didn't get that kind of protection. If you had Biden or Obama, who did he lose his life under? It was under Biden. If Biden was in office when he lost his life, and Biden started acting towards people making fun of George Floyd's death the same way President Trump and J.D. Vance did, you probably would have had a lot less of it. But obviously, people didn't rush to protect George Floyd the same way they rushed to protect Charlie Kirk.
But again, take the White House out of it. Society didn't rush. Hold on, you take the presidency out of it. Society, like we had a protest behind George Floyd, but there was a large portion, even on your show right now. People have said free Derek Chauvin. Why would we free him? It was clear that he was guilty.
They don't believe that.
But if you look at they believe it, Tim. This is racism. They don't believe that George Floyd's life was worth shit. That's why they bring up his criminal history instead of what happened that day.
Yeah.
Conversely, right? Because when they justify their racism, they talk about what his history was.
No, I absolutely agree with you. Most of the folks, certainly on the right, now they don't believe his life was worth it. They do believe he was a career criminal, and you would have done it. You done society good by taking him out. That is what they believe. A lot of people do.
But they don't believe that if the victim is white, and if they do, they don't even represent it in their. Listen, same thing I was trying to get over to MAGA Reacts. Show me where white people protest against crimes against white people. I'll wait.
Well,
show me when they uplift the stat, like when they tried this 1350 bullshit, which is a bogus stat. Show me their white 1350.
Good luck on that.
It's
That ain't
out
gonna,
there.
yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Mike, I do got to move it on, but that
Why?
ain't gonna
Wait a
happen.
minute. No, wait a
Real
minute.
quick, real
Why
quick.
is that not going to happen?
Because
Why is that not going to happen?
because of what you're fucking talking about. That ain't
Exactly.
gonna
That's what I'm
happen.
saying. So we know it exists. We act like it doesn't exist. So those blagger and MAGA and those flagger, whoever they are, they can stay the fuck over there.
Mm.
That's what I'm saying. And if you find that harsh, you can trace my position historically all the way back to chattel slavery. We always had them.
3 more years,
always
Mike.
had 'em.
3 more years, Mike. I gotta move it on. Appreciate it.
All right, bro.
Anytime. All right,
Thank you,
moving on with the
Maggie
program. And real quick, and as he was saying, tap the screen. We should be around 60,000. We can certainly make that happen. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. This is a free,
Let's talk about
this is a
George
free
Floyd.
speech program. We don't block, ban, or censor.
George,
I do
let's talk
want
about-
to. This clip wants to play itself so bad. This is the one because people say, "Well, Trump never talked about white on white crime or anything concerning white people."
Let's talk about George Floyd. You said George Floyd's death was a terrible thing.
Terrible.
Why are African Americans still dying at the hands of law enforcement in this country?
And so are white people. So are white people. What a terrible question to ask. So are white people. More white people, by the way. More white people.
I never could understand that. If more white people were dying, then why aren't they complaining about it? I mean, if he's right, he may be right. I don't know. I don't have the numbers, but if he's right, why would you complain about it? Why would you not complain about it? Anyway, looking in the comments though, and I got to put on the spectacles to read what I'm looking at here. And by the way, tap the screen. If MAGA React said that, then he is if MAGA React says that he is Egyptian, how can you say that Trump is not racist? He is allowing the war to happen in Israel and the South that is faxes. I don't get what you're saying about the South, but we're going to back Israel no matter what. I don't think that that's just something, even though right now Trump gets the blame for helping Netanyahu in Gaza. I don't feel confident that Biden wouldn't be helping Netanyahu as well. I mean, remember, they were saying Genocide Joe has got to go before Trump came along. Biden was. You guys heard me play the Ted Cruz clip when he was talking to Tucker Carlson, and he said that it is biblically prophesied that America is, is ordained by God to help Israel. They believe it's biblical. So I don't think it really matters which side of the aisle is in there, unless you get somebody like Mom Domney, the guy that's running for mayor in New York. You get a guy like that, then no, he's not going to do it. But the typical Democrat, the typical Republican, I don't think either one of them are going to shy away from Israel. They're both going to do it. So I don't know if it's fair to just blame Trump for helping Netanyahu out against the Palestinians. I do think Democrats will do it as well. Because MAGA Reacts has assimilated to whiteness, says Mike. You telling me MAGA Reacts, don't see himself as a white man? Say that to the family in Mississippi, says Ramon. What family in Mississippi are you talking about? The only Mississippi case I can think of recently is the guy swimming across to the other side of the river to join that black security guard that was fighting against all those white people. They started hitting them over the head with chairs and shit. What else has happened? Now, that was in Alabama. I don't think that was even in Mississippi. What else are you talking about? I don't see myself as white at all, says MAGA Reacts. I've had a lot of folks say that you identify with whiteness, so it's interesting you would come back and say otherwise. Daniel Penny was a combat vet. That is true. They are trained to kill. He did not overreact. It is hard for combat vets to reassimilate into our society. So you're saying because Daniel Penny on the subway has, has a history of being or training as a combat vet, that they hype these folks up for combat, and sometimes when they come back home, they don't de-escalate them or debrief them or calm them down. Like I said, I don't think Daniel Penny should be in the same conversation with Derek Chauvin or something. I don't feel confident saying that what Daniel Penny did was racist or anything like that. I kind of agree with what you're saying there, Kauai or whatever. I don't think Daniel Penny's case was one where people should just instantly jump up and yell racism. But if there are folks yelling racism on one side, there are going to be detractors that are going to jump up on the other side. That's always going to happen. The minute you start yelling that somebody is being racist towards black people, whether you're right or wrong, there are going to be white people that are going to jump up to defend that person. People just take sides naturally. President Trump does that. That's why he had Kyle Rittenhouse at the White House and things like that. President Trump, if there's a racial dispute, a racial controversy going on in the news or whatever, Trump is going to take the white side of that. That's just, I'm surprised he hasn't taken the side of Derek Chauvin yet. But we do know in his administration, both Steve Bannon and Elon Musk has talked about Derek Chauvin should be pardoned. So they're going to just take the white side. I don't know why, but they're going to do that. Anyway, let me go back to the box, tap the screen, get us up to 60,000, and we'll continue on with the program. Going back to one of my subs, we'll go to W. Finley. Good evening, Finley. Welcome to the program. What am I getting wrong here? I'm trying to get some mag on. What am I getting wrong? Finley, good evening. Finley, are you there? Okay, apparently the caller is not there. We'll go ahead and continue on with the program. Again, Charlie got what he deserved. And wait a minute, you're saying wow, that's rough. You're saying that Charlie Kirk deserved that? No. Clyde Soto says again, Charlie got what he deserved. Fuck Trump. Free speech, you're okay. You can say fuck Trump if you don't like the president, just like let's go Brandon means the same thing. But I don't buy into the notion that Charlie Kirk deserved to have his life taken. He didn't do anything remotely close to justify that. That's no. I don't buy that. That to me, that's wrong. To even say that. Going back to the box, we'll continue on with Travelman. Good evening, Travelman. Welcome to the program. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk is what they want me to say. Well, there you go. You just said it. No, he didn't listen. There are people. Look, there's a Farrakhan says a bunch of awful shit about white people. Should he be taken out in a similar manner? No, I don't think Charlie Kirk deserved that. I don't think it is right to even suggest he deserved that. But then again, I don't think George Floyd deserved it either. By the way, thank you for the hat and mustache. MAGA Reacts, appreciate that. You guys can help your boy get his goal. I got a little hat and mustache goal up there. Thanks for the support, MAGA Reacts. Thank you for hanging around because they do put you through the ringer there. So do I. Travelmen, for some reason, it's not letting them come up. We'll give it a moment to reset and we'll go to the next caller here. But while we're doing that, the clips and stuff I found of President Trump, this is another one. Like I said, he's only been on the scene as a politician for 10 years, but he said a lot of controversial
You
things.
think Islam is at war with the West?
I think Islam hates him.
Let me rewind that. My speaker was not on.
Islam is at war with the West.
I think Islam hates us. There's something there that there's a tremendous hatred there. There's a tremendous hatred. We have to get to the bottom of it. There is an unbelievable hatred of us.
In Islam itself?
You're going to have to figure that out, okay? You'll get another Pulitzer, right? But you're going to have to figure that out. But there is a tremendous hatred, and we have to be very vigilant. We have to be very careful, and we can't allow people coming into this country who have this hatred of the United States.
I guess the question is...
So he's saying the whole religion hates America. That's, when you talk about rhetoric and how, rhetoric got Charlie Kirk taken out and things like that, that's pretty hard. I mean, I don't know how many Muslims there are in the world, but to suggest that they all hate us, Islam hates America, that's some pretty harsh rhetoric, which could lead to statements like this.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on. We have no choice. We have no choice.
That's terrible. He got hammered for saying that when he did say it, and the right taking him out of they always say you take him out of context or whatever. They later spun it to mean he only was talking about countries that we have terrorist issues with, like Syria or Yemen or whatever. But you heard him there. He didn't name any countries. He said Muslims. They later spun it and narrowed it down because we got countries like Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, countries that are allies with America. I think Turkey is a member of NATO. We got allied countries. But what he said basically encompasses all Muslims, just like you just heard what he said about Islam. He wasn't talking about a select few countries. He's talking about the entire Muslim religion. And it sounded so bad that they tried to correct it later on. But this is what I'm talking about. When people say, do you see him as racist or intolerant? His statement about Muslims is pretty bad. I don't listen. There's a lot of people who practice Islam that they don't give a shit about what's going on in America. They don't have any desire to come here. They don't pay attention to what's going on here. They just are not focused on America at all. To suggest that Islam hates us, that's pretty fucking wild. That's pretty fucking wild. I'll tell you something though. If that's even remotely the case, it's probably likely because we're always in their business. We're in their neck of the woods. They're not over here. There's a few Muslims that live in the country, but for the most part, we are in their countries trying to dictate how they should live and operate. They're not doing that to us. And you got folks passing laws talking about Sharia law and all this shit. But for the most part, we're telling them what to do. It ain't the other way around. Going back to the box, we'll make it happen with E. Jackson. Good evening, Jack. It's are you Christian? I answered yes, and he smashed my head against a light pole. Yeah, but you're taking some Islamic extremist and blaming it on all Islamics. I mean, you got plenty of wild, crazy Christians out there too. Do you want the Islamic religion to act based on a few sexually aggressive priests that may have violated, the innocence of a child, and then suddenly suggest that all Christians are like that? This is the same thing with, pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon, and then, Trump saying that all Black Lives Matter is like that. If we don't want to be based, if the right does not want to be viewed as the totality of their extremes, then you can't do it to other people. Once again, one of my callers is not coming up. We'll give it a minute. I don't know why the callers are not coming up. I'm trying to bring up another caller, but yeah, to me, when you start labeling everybody like that, that's the rhetoric that Trump is claiming that took Charlie Kirk out. But he's doing it. He's doing it. And the right agrees when he does it. They just don't agree when it's done to him. And that to me is wrong to do that.
If those who are spreading violence in our cities are supporters of an organization called Black Lives Matter, or BLM,
they obviously don't like Black Lives Matter.
It's really hurting the Black community. It's hurting the Black community.
I don't think many African Americans would agree with him that Black Lives Matter is hurting the Black community. Out of all of the things that affect the Black community negatively, BLM is probably not even in the top 50 that African Americans would name. If you went to any predominantly Black area and asked them what's hurting your community, I don't think anybody would give you BLM out of the first 50 answers they could come up with. BLM is not hurting the Black community, but we'll continue on.
This is an unusual name for an organization whose ideology and tactics are right now destroying many Black lives, and whose first phrase was, you remember this, pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon, referring to our police. That's referring to our police.
And once again, that's what I'm saying. If you don't want to be judged by extremes within your group, you shouldn't do that. I mean, I've been to BLM gatherings just like I've been to Trump rallies. And there's nobody calling for the offing of cops in 99.9% of BLM gatherings. Nobody's saying that. They found some people walking down the street that had a problem with police. For God knows they may have not even been BLM members for all we know. And they're trying to pin that on the whole BLM organization. The whole BLM organization. All over the country, if not the world. Because when George Floyd got offed, there were people in the UK even yelling BLM. Nothing to do with those folks. So what he is doing right here, this is a perfect example of how rhetoric can get out of hand and cause, because listen, if I'm a cop and I believe him, that BLM wants to, fry them put them in a blanket and fry them like bacon, which is basically take the life of cops. This could cause problems. But because it's just totally fabricated off of, the mindset of just a very few people.
Police. That's referring to our police. The stated goal of BLM organization people is to achieve the destruction of the nuclear family, abolish the
Nobody talks about this shit. BLM protesters do not walk down the street talking about destroying the nuclear family. I mean, he literally is just making up shit to demonize this group.
police, abolish prisons, abolish border security, abolish capitalism, and abolish school choice. That's what their stated goals.
BLM wants to abolish border security, school choice. School choice. Ain't nobody in BLM talking about school choice. Wow.
Abolish school choice. That's what their stated goals are. Biden believes that all black Americans have to think the same way. That's what it was all about. Today's Democrat Party is run by, he doesn't know, black Americans like I do. I can tell you.
All right, let me get back to the box. Trump is on one of his stump speeches there. Nobody knows black Americans like he did. Wow, that was crazy. Trump wants to abolish all of that. He is projecting. That is true. He does. This man is deranged, says John. Read their mission statement. Rapid fire. There's no need for anybody to read Black Lives mission statement, because it doesn't come up in any Black Lives Matter gathering. I don't know what's on the mission statement, but that whether you guys are claiming it's fascism or Trump is claiming they want to get rid of school choice and the nuclear family, when you're hanging at a Black Lives Matter gathering, nothing from this alleged mission statement is coming up. It's all about the police, systemic racism, and how they're treating African Americans. None of that shit comes up. So you don't need to read the mission statement. It's not going to come up at any Black Lives Matter gathering. It's just not going to happen. You can read it if you want to, but you're not going to discuss it at any gathering like that. MAGA is basically agreeing with what she said, like she had a MAGA come to Jesus moment. Who is the she you're talking about, Will? Who is the she you're talking about? In his kids, they go to temple because they are married to Jew. Okay, I don't know what that means. Everyone loved Trump when he was a Democrat. No, the Republicans didn't like him. The Republicans did not like Trump when he was a Democrat. So no, everybody didn't. They loved Trump when he was no political threat. Just like everybody was fine with Obama when he was no political threat, or many people liked Hillary Clinton when she was no political threat. When you become a political threat, people don't like you. They make up shit. That's going to happen. Trump was doing it against Obama. Before Obama ran for president, you never heard Trump talking about Senator Obama was from Kenya. Never said that. He was totally fine with him. All of a sudden, he runs for president, and suddenly Trump is talking about Kenya. Looking in the comments, though, every MAGA accusation is a MAGA confession. Damn, freedom fighter. Let me try the box again. Once again, don't know what's going on, why I'm having a difficult time bringing up guests. We'll try it again this time. If it's problematic, I may have to reset the live. Sherbert, are you there?
How's it going, Tim?
There we go. All right.
Yep.
I'm in the trenches tonight. Now, you're Caucasian. Surely you don't think Trump is racist, right?
You're really going to ask me that question, Tim?
We got to start the party off right.
You know I follow Gangster Grandma's idea of how racist Trump is.
What has Trump done or said to make you believe that he's some way, somehow racist?
The Muslim ban was a pretty big one. The redlining at his apartments or condos was a pretty big one. There's just so many, and when people say they've never seen it, I just don't believe them anymore. They willfully are not seeing it, and that's their problem. I'm going to judge the person by their actions, and his actions have shown himself to be racist.
Well, I think that everybody interprets what act is racist differently. So they see what you see. To their opinion, what you're thinking is racist is not racist to them. They just interpret it differently.
Yes. But they're also the same people that think that Vladimir Zelensky is a dictator. And they can fuck right off. I'm not dealing with stupid people right now.
Now, Dank in the comments says, in regards to Trump, he says he loves colored people. He's actually came out and said it.
And I said I was a unicorn once. Does that mean I grew a horn overnight?
Well, there were, listen, there are African Americans that used to hang around Trump all the time.
Mm-hmm. And there was also billionaires that hang out with Epstein for a while until he got
Ooh.
kicked out of Mar-a-Lago.
Ooh, that was a hell of a comeback. Yeah, I can't argue with that. That is true. There was a lot of people who used to hang around Epstein as well, so that doesn't always necessarily mean what you are just because you hang around it. So, but what if, okay, other than the Muslim comment, what else have you seen from Trump to make you have this opinion of him?
The getting sued for redlining his district or his condos, like I said, was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
There is an entire list, but I do not remember the other examples at this moment.
Well, the redlining thing of his apartments, he wasn't written to colored people or whatever. They were putting the letter C on the application or whatever. But that was a long time ago in defense of President Trump.
So was him hanging out with Tupac and Biggie and whoever the fuck else.
Was he hanging out with Tupac and Biggie?
Honestly, I don't know. I just remember everyone saying he's in the rap videos. And I don't give a shit what video he's in. That's half a day's worth of shit. Doesn't change the fact that he's an utter piece of shit that cheated on his wife with a porn star months after he had Barron was given birth.
Oh, the man likes a little side nookie. We can,
and a lot of people do, and that's not necessarily a horrible thing. But added on top of the 20 million other fucking things he's said and done, I choose not to like a bad person.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the things that tarnishes the defense of Trump is that there is a lot there. It's just like with the Charlie Kirk thing. People were saying, look, the black pilot comment is not racist. You're taking that out of context. And my response was always the same thing. If he only said one thing like that, we could probably have a conversation, but there's a lot here. And that's kind of with Trump. I mean, he said a lot of things that are in this same realm. So it does get to be a bit challenging to say that all of this stuff is innocent. So,
not unless you're Jeremy or MAGA Reacts.
Well, speaking of which, well, listen, I think Jeremy just has love for the guy. And so no, Jeremy has admitted that he regrets his vote. But MAGA Reacts is in the camp for Trump. He's in the camp for Trump. I guess he thinks he's doing a great job.
They're both trolls, and they both get giddy when they think they can pull, a gotcha on any other guest you have on here.
Yeah. Here's one. I guess I would put this in the category of a little known thing that President Trump said. Because while I was doing my research today on, what did he say that's so controversial for people to call him racist, I came across this one. Maybe you heard this before. I had never heard this.
New York Times reporting that during a meeting with his national security team 5 months ago, the president was enraged at the number of immigrants who had entered the country since he took office. The Times claiming the president said more than 15,000 had come from Haiti, and they all have AIDS. The report, quoting anonymous sources said to be in the meeting, claiming the president went on to say another 40,000 had come from Nigeria, and that once they've seen the United States, they'd never go back to their huts. The Times claims also in the room was then Secretary of Homeland Security John Kelly and Secretary of State Rex Tillerson.
So they all have AIDS coming from Haiti. Had you ever heard that before?
It just makes me think of Team America at the very beginning with this show where everybody's got AIDS. But back to the serious point, this is exactly the time that we should probably have U.S. aid and have aid prevention medications being sent out to the rest of the world. So even if he is a racist, xenophobic piece of shit, we might actually stop his stupid idea from at least being more true than it actually is. But nope, we can't help people. America first.
And I see and real quick, Will G, in the comments, you said I must have missed your previous super chat. I must have, because you says they're currently taking Joey Reid out of context for people that cry about taking people out of context. They sure like one-shot people they despise. That is true. That is true. It's out of context when it's somebody I care about. But somebody like Joe Biden, when he says "vote for me or you ain't black," I don't need to hear 20 minutes of it. The one statement is enough to call him a racist. But when Charlie Kirk or somebody says something, no, you need to hear the full 10-minute video. You will understand once you hear it all. Yeah, it is a game. It is a game like that.
Did you hear what Ted Cruz said?
In regards to what?
I forget exactly what they were arguing about, but he was going on a speech about how we need to stop attacking people. We need to come.
Yes!
And then
I have not heard. I have not heard it. Yeah, I have not heard it. But people have come on the show and told me that he indicated we need to stop going after pedos.
yeah, and he said it with his chest too.
Is that on YouTube? I really would like to hear that because I cannot believe.
99%.
Say that again.
99% sure it's on YouTube.
People need to. Jesus Christ! Why would he say something like that?
Well, I'm sure he was trying. Well, actually, I have no idea. Even if you try and give it that he had a gap, like, so is he saying we should attack PDOs, or did he mean it when he said we shouldn't? Either way is bad. But
Well,
I definitely don't
let's
agree with what he actually said.
let's hear it.
Now, Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? I want you to look at what happened when the National Guard went to D.C. Robbery fell by 57%. Homicide fell by 58%. Sex abuse fell by 40%. Those are real results. And Detective Pemberton, if you would tell this committee what was the effect of the 2022 Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Law, and what would the benefit be?
I don't see the context of why he would throw it. I don't see the context of why he would throw that in there. Why would you throw stop attacking pedophiles in what you're discussing?
You see what's on his mind, and what's most important to him is we better stop attacking all his friends.
Yeah, that is, you talk about people taking things out of context. What he said compared to what you are addressing in this speech here, stop attacking pedophiles is completely out of context of what you're talking about. You throw your whole message off by telling people to stop attacking some of the worst criminals among us. I don't know why he even put that in there.
I mean, he's a real godly man that wants us to stop attacking people that are attacking children.
Yeah,
It makes total sense to me. That's why I think Ted Cruz is an utter piece of shit and is probably going down when things happen.
Yeah, it's almost one of those moments where, you hear the record scratch and the lights come on. Like, what did you just say? Like, you can't just sneak something in there like that. Why are you bringing, out of all of the things that go wrong in this country, stop attacking pedophiles is not something most people are concerned with. How about stop being a pedophile? Why would you put in something that's favorable to the safety of pedophiles? I don't know. I would like to know if any media reporters or media outlet have questioned him on why he said that, because that's crazy that even came up.
He is a very religious man, and seeing how his churches didn't seem to have a problem with it, and they just moved him around from state to state, he probably agrees with that statement.
Well, how about this though? In the comments, Paul says he wasn't saying it seriously. In my opinion, first time I seen it. So it was, what was he telling a joke? He wasn't saying he wasn't serious. I don't, even if this ain't something you make a joke about. There is no context to say something like this that is good. Stop attacking pedophiles. I don't know what the purpose of, if he was serious, if he was joking. What it's a bad thing to say, no matter what context you say it in.
I just can't believe he didn't even slow down to maybe change what he was saying. No, he just kept going on to his next point. That was truly his finishing point of the three different things he was saying. But also, last thing, major thing, and then crime. What the fuck was that?
Yeah, I don't have any answer for it. I'm okay with playing devil's advocate and seeing other sides of issues. I have no idea why somebody would say what he just said. I don't see any defense for that.
they're gonna say it was another Roman salute like Elon did. Just no, there's nothing wrong. You didn't even see that. You never even heard that. You shouldn't believe your lying eyes.
Yeah,
Now don't believe your lying ears.
Bro, Elon Musk has autism. He's on the spectrum.
Yeah, but the amount that they're gonna excuse this is gonna be on that same level of something so horribly said, and in Elon's case, so horribly done.
I'd be
It's the same way
curious.
they think January 6th was a peaceful protest.
Yeah.
When we saw them breaking down the barricades and
I would
burning
be
the Trump
curious.
flag
Yeah, but
at the U.S. Capitol.
yeah, but I would be curious. Do you think MAGA would defend Ted Cruz from this?
Yes, 100%.
This is
Are you
pretty.
kidding me? They let everything go. They never say shit about any of their people.
Yeah, I don't know. This is pretty damning to
Name
me.
one.
That's pretty damning to come out and say something like that. I mean, because people wish the worst for pedos. So for him to be saying stop attacking them, I mean, they did move Ghislaine Maxwell to a minimum security, so they've already done something to aid and better the life of an actual pedo. I mean, they've put her in minimum security, so I don't have any answer for it, though. I don't know why he would say something like this.
The left may eat themselves a little too much, but at least we would call somebody out. They're not going to say anything.
I would like to see somebody on the right at least question and see how they respond. I would have to see somebody spin and try to defend this, because I think most people on the right just have never heard this before. Because it's pretty damning in my opinion. I hadn't heard it actually. I heard people talking about it, but I had not even heard it.
Well, I think it happened today. Maybe.
Well, no, it's dated September 30th. So today is what, the 2nd, so it would have happened 2 days ago. But it's so damning. I don't even know how to respond to it. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Somebody should have pushed back and asked him, what do you mean by that?
He was on a diatribe. He wasn't going to stop for questions.
All right, Sherbert. So no,
kicking me off.
Huh?
Do we have another topic?
No, this is it today. Because somebody told me that Trump is a racist, and I just wanted to. Like I said, I did a little research. I'm trying to, he says a lot of controversial things, but I did want to talk to the people, and surely there's got to be.
I believe it with my whole heart.
A lot of black MAGA out there, though, Sherbert. A lot of black MAGA.
That's nice. There's also black schmatzes. There's black white supremacists.
How could you be a black?
It doesn't make a lot of sense, but if you want to be in the cult, you're in the cult most of the time.
How could you be a black white supremacist?
I've seen them. It's pretty stupid.
That's crazy. A black white. I mean, what is like a Clayton Bigsby? Remember Dave Chappelle on his show? The guy was blind and didn't know he was blind. A black white supremacist. I've never heard of that.
Didn't their heads literally explode in that episode?
Yeah. A black white supremacist. All right, sure, but I got to move it on. But hopefully, I never encounter a black white supremacist. Talk about an identity crisis. You want to say the transgender got mental illness? You're black and you want to be a white supremacist? Never heard of such a thing.
Let me say one more thing. MAGA Reacts, find your principles, stand on your principles, not by the most recent thing someone told you. And I think you would stop getting into so many dumb arguments with everyone else on here when you trip over your own dick to then bow at Trump's feet.
Well said. All right.
Have a good night.
And I'm sure I'm going to bring him up and hear him counter that eventually. But Sherbert, appreciate it. And real quick, I got my TV on in the back. I'm happy to say the Chicago Cubs just beat the San Diego Padres to advance. They just beat them in the wild card series. So they advanced to the National League Division Series. So I'm watching that. They're going to play the Brewers, and they're probably going to lose. But that's what you can kind of see when my screen goes dark. You see another television on there. I was watching the Cubs game. Anyway, looking in the comments, you've never met a black man that hates his own kind. I don't know about hate, Debo. Yeah, Jackson. Appreciate that. Helping your boy get to the hat and mustache goal. Thank you, folks that are supporting the program. Appreciate that, Jackson. I don't know about a black man that hates his own kind, but I've seen plenty of people that are very critical of their own kind. very critical of them. I don't know about hate though. I mean, your mama's black, your daddy's black. How could you hate black people? You came out of one. I do see some of them that, listen, if you grew up in a very dangerous black neighborhood and you end up becoming financially blessed in life and you move to a middle class or upscale white neighborhood, I can see you looking back at your old neighborhood and being critical. But I don't know about hating your own kind. That's pretty strong. That's pretty strong to hate black people. I will say that does seem to be one of the core tenets of being a black Republican, though. I'm fine with you being a black Republican or being black MAGA and having the principles that the Republican Party stands for: small government, pro life, pro religion, pro police, pro Christianity, pro 2A. Nothing wrong with that. But for some reason, when African Americans become Republicans, they do begin to get real critical of the black race. I don't know why. The Kanye Wests, the Candace Owens, the Hodge twins, the Officer Tatum, they start being heavily critical of black people. I do not know why that is. Why you just all of a sudden just start banging on black people. But most black conservatives, certainly the ones that got podcasts and the ones that got social media pages, anytime they're talking about black people, it's a negative conversation. I mean, even Candace Owens, where you got after the killing of George Floyd, she gave about 30 seconds of saying, yeah, what Derek Chauvin did was wrong. But her whole video was all about George Floyd's prior criminal history. Like as if that had anything to do with what happened. It has nothing to do with that. Derek Chauvin didn't know that George Floyd had that criminal history when he did that. It had nothing to do with that. But even Candace Owens was doing that, which is why the African American community are not big fans of hers. Thank you for that. Appreciate the support there. Slim Jim. Slap into a Slim Jim. Ooh, yeah. Appreciate it. Let me go back to the box, though. Quit your plots and schemes, useless games that you're playing. Sean Hazan, you got to give me more than that. I don't even know what that means. You're saying quit your plots and schemes, useless games you're playing. Almost sounds like a hip hop lyric, but I don't know what you're getting at with that. Let me know. Feel free to elaborate. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen, get us on up to 80,000. Ben Carson is a genius. He's Republican. True. And Ben Carson is not a very outspoken person either, though, which is probably why he wasn't going to go far in terms of being an elected official in the Republican Party. Now, Trump appointed him to be Secretary of HUD, but in terms of actually winning an election, Ben Carson probably was not going to go far. He is not very critical of the black community. Ben Carson was not very critical. And I don't see the African American community. They don't hate on Ben Carson like they do the ones that are very critical of the black community. Ben Carson was not like that when he was running for president. So, and that could be why he didn't get as far. Ben Carson is a genius, but literally ignorant in many ways. Most geniuses are. Nobody's going to know every damn thing. Let me go back to the box. Get us up to 80,000, if you will. Tap the screen. We'll try going back to Travelman. I think we tried to bring him up last time. If you're so MAGA, then you should if you're so MAGA, then you should deport yourself. Damn. Travelman, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim?
Not much at all, just hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So, I had somebody tell me Trump is racist. What the hell?
You know what, man? I don't even bring that up with Trump because all the MAGA people expect you, they expect you to say it, and
Why?
It doesn't matter what you say to them, because that's what they that's what they get from the right wing media, That's all that liberal or people that's not MAGA or conservative. That's what they say about Trump, And so they expect you to say it, and then. And what I see is that a lot of people will say that, and then they say, well, what did he do? And then they bring up, the thing with his apartments back in the 70s. They bring up the thing with the Central Park 5. They bring up some other statements. And then they always, that was back in the 70s. That was a long time ago. Even though when other politicians say something, they like to bring things up from way back when.
Yeah. Yeah, Biden's crime bill. Biden's crime bill is 30 years ago, and they bring it up all the time.
Yeah, exactly. And he didn't, and he wasn't the primary writer of the crime bill. He
Right.
was just the head of the committee at the time, you know. And it was also heavily backed by the CBC and just about all the black politicians. So, you know, but it comes up all the time.
Yeah.
You know, so therefore I just leave it alone. The dude 79 years old, 80 years old, that speaks for itself. Okay? That
Meaning
speaks
what?
for itself.
Before you answer that,
Meaning that
hang on, hold on. Before you answer that, Tamar Bo, hold on. Before you answer that, Tamar Bo says, Tim, I forgot to say something about Republicans wanting a one-party country. That came up earlier. He says a lot of black MAGA do hate black people. I haven't heard him come out and admit it. Black MAGA hating black people. Go ahead there, Travelman.
Well, Trump, he came up during Jim Crow, man.
Yeah. So did Biden.
Okay. And the only thing, as far as him dealing with black folks, it was all about money. But as a businessman, it was all about money, you know. And you can go back and look at some of the comments that he made, he allegedly made, that he only wanted Jewish people counting his money. Look at his organization. See how many black people actually working within the Trump organization. Not down in the lower positions, but up in the executive level. Okay? Take a look at his cabinet. The last time he was in, look at how many judges he appointed. How many judges he appointed were actually black. Okay? Very few.
But let me ask it to you. Let me ask it to you like this. Mark on Instagram says anyone who is black and likes Donald Trump is the dumbest son of a bitch on the planet. Do you believe there is no reason at all for blacks to like or favor Donald Trump?
Well, why should we? Okay, now full disclosure, I have been reading and following Trump since the 80s.
Okay.
So I wouldn't vote for him for dog catcher because I know the type of person that he is, based on what has transpired and this myth that has been created that he's this great businessman, you know, which is a bunch of BS. So I wouldn't vote for him. Just take a look at what he's, you know, the dude. Man, take a look at what he's doing. You know. He was in there for 4 years. Everybody like to talk about that second chance bill or whatever the hell it was. You know, that he wasn't really behind. You know, they had to actually kind of force it on him. You know, but he takes full credit for it. But other than that, you know, then they like to bring up the HBCUs. Mm-hmm. But then when you really look deep down into what he actually did, it wasn't all that. You know, so what has he actually done? You know. For that matter, you know, they like to bring up, you know, but you said, you know, conservative values, small government.
Right.
Bullshit. Bullshit. When did they reduce the government? Okay. When did they make it? Matter of fact, the government increased really a lot under Reagan, along with the debt. So when did they really do that? Pro life? Oh, well, they pro life as long as you're not sitting there getting ready to get executed.
Damn.
Okay, so that's bullshit.
Well, how about this? When you're asking what has Trump done that's so great for black people, how about Trump explain it himself?
Attack black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking black supporters to vote for you, why should black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? I have been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln.
There you go. He's been the best. I can't even get it out. He's been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. What say you?
Okay, look at this, man. The dude is a pathological liar, number one. Okay? So that's my problem with people overlook. Like you said, they're always talking about where you're taking it out of context, this, that, and the other. Look here, man. Or they always attacking Trump. No. Trump attacks people every day. Tell me one day in the last 290 days where he haven't attacked somebody. He's always attacking.
He does attack every day. I'm not going to disagree with that, but I got to give him credit. It works. It works well for him.
You know why it works? Because people don't call him on it. Okay, I saw one. I think it was last week. He said something. It was a black reporter. She asked him a question, and he said something to her. What did he tell her? I forget what the word was. She said, "No, I'm not. I'm trying to ask you a question."
Okay.
No other reporter has ever done that to him. Nobody. They sit there and they take it.
Well,
Okay?
because you want to get invited back. You can't go in there and argue with the president. You'll never get invited back.
She didn't argue with him. She didn't argue with him. She wasn't gonna let him sit there and call her a name. Okay, there's a way to correct that.
I mean, to be honest with you, that's just as good though. If you actually correct him, you're not getting invited back.
I mean, more than likely, but that's why he get away with it. When you confront him, he backs down because he's a bully. Okay,
I don't know
He's
about
not
that.
authentic.
I don't know if he backs
He's
down.
not,
I don't know if I would
He's
agree with
not
him backing
authentic.
down.
If somebody comes back hard at Trump, he backs down because he can't handle it. I give you an example.
Okay.
Once he did that debate with Kamala Harris, he didn't want to debate her again. Because number one, she got in his space. Number two, she got in his ass. And he did not have a comeback. Okay? Who else? Nancy Pelosi. He don't mess with Nancy Pelosi because she comes back strong at him. That's what he does not confront. He talks on the keyboard. He's a keyboard ninja.
He definitely talks on the keyboard. I'm not going to deny that part.
And he uses his position. He uses his position to verbally attack people. See, but people that don't back down from him, he leave them alone. But if you don't, he continues to come after you. That's how he operates.
So you believe you have to treat him almost like a bully. If he says something, you can't just back down. You gotta go Gavin Newsom on him, is what you're saying.
Well, you gotta reply. You don't necessarily have to go Gavin Newsom, but you can say, well, Mr. President, I'm trying to ask you a question. I don't have to sit. I'm an adult, just like you're an adult. Okay, maybe you will get kicked out of the White House, but then again, 9 times out of 10, you probably won't.
No, you're not. I don't want to say you. I don't say you get kicked out. I'm saying you won't be invited back. If you have a back and forth with him like that, you're probably not coming back.
Well, Jim McCarthy stayed there for 4 years.
Trump is
He tried to take him. He tried to take him out. He took him to court.
Yeah, Trump is I think Trump is kind of he's a different guy now. He's far more empowered.
We're dealing with somebody, man, that is dismantling this country. That's what he's doing. Okay, what institution hasn't he attacked? He's cut the budget for NIH. He screwed up the CDC, the FDA. He screwed up FEMA. I got a buddy of mine that worked at FEMA GS15, been there quite a few years. There's a brain, and I had somebody that when I was doing Uber that I had in the car worked at FEMA says a serious brain drain that happened at FEMA.
Wow.
Same thing at DOJ. Same thing at FBI. If something happens, who's going to have the expertise? We've already experienced it with FEMA. Who's going to have the expertise when we have a terrorist attack? It ain't doggone Cash Money Patel or Bong Jongo because they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Pete Hegseth, how about him?
Man, don't even get me started on that, man. That was a total embarrassment. The highest you made it was a major in the National Guard, and you're going to sit here and berate 1 to 4-star admirals and generals, the majority of which probably led troops in combat because they came in around 2000, 2001, 2002. So these people probably actually been in combat. And you're going to sit up there and berate them, talk about a fat admiral? Get the hell out of here. That's bullshit, man. And I can tell you right now, he does not have the respect at the Pentagon. I live outside of D.C. All of my buddies are retired military. I got quite a few people that I know work at the Pentagon in different capacities. They don't respect him at the MAGA people that work there do. They don't respect him.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, I
The
could
whole
see
cabinet
that.
is incompetent, bro.
Yeah, I could see
The whole cabinet
that.
is incompetent.
I mean, I could see that from a standpoint of he just doesn't have the years. He's a baby compared to a lot of these generals. I could see
He's an
yeah.
idiot. He's an idiot. What are you talking about? The warrior? You go sit there and talk to a Marine 4-star general about the warrior ethos? Get the hell out of here.
Well,
All you did was lead a platoon, maybe a company. That was it. You don't have the mental capacity or the leadership skills to even be up there talking in front of those guys because you criticize him as a good leader. You criticize in private and you praise in public.
well, but
And the organization would be a reflection of the leader.
yeah, but Trump has made it clear he does not like DEI or people that lack merit. So if what you're saying about Pete Hegseth is true, then why did Trump pick somebody who you're saying that does not have the merit?
Because it's loyalty. Trump whole damn cabinet is DEI.
I don't believe
Because
that. Really?
none of them, with the exception of maybe Marco Polo and maybe the guy over at the VA, but with the exception, the rest of them, they're all DEI. They're there because they're loyal to Trump.
I don't know.
You
I
saw
think that
his cabinet meetings, man.
I don't know if I totally agree with that. I mean, he does have some people in there that lack merit, but I think Tom Homan is really good at his job. I think that Christy Nome has merit.
But Tom Homan, you mean the bag man? They got the 50 grand.
Yeah,
What you talking about?
the bag man. I like
You
it.
talking about Christy Nome? I worked 15 years at CBP in DHS. I know people that work there. Okay, not thought of very highly. Hell, she got banned from most of the damn Indian territory in her state.
Yeah, but there's a difference, Trevor, man, between somebody who is not thought of very highly and somebody that's unqualified. You got a lot of qualified people that their subordinates just don't like them, but Christy Nome is qualified to do that.
But look, is she the one that came up and said anything over $100,000 I have to sign for it? And then the last big thing that happened with the flood in Texas, it was a clusterfuck because of delays that she caused and how long it took FEMA to get there. That was her first big thing, and she screwed that up.
But she ain't.
I mean, come on, bro.
She's not perfect. And real quick in the comments, John Landrigan, you says Kamala was vice president for 4 years and didn't do squat. No vice president is known for accomplishing a lot.
You know what? You need to shut. Excuse my friend. You know I don't curse a lot when I'm on here. Dude, you need to shut the fuck up. Okay? Because she did more than most vice presidents do. What the hell did Mike Pence do for 4 years?
That's the point I was going to make, is that many on the right that support Trump believe he did a great job his first term, and ain't nobody bragging that Mike Pence accomplished a lot. The vice president don't do a lot.
But if you go back and look, before the pandemic, take a look at the numbers. I think the economy was starting to slow down before the pandemic.
I don't know.
Take a look at the numbers.
I'd have to look at that because I thought Trump was before the pandemic. I thought Trump was riding high with the economy. I didn't think it was slowing down. Sterlo says, "I love black people." I do see that. Appreciate it. I thought before the pandemic, Trump's first term was going pretty well. I thought.
Dude, he inherited a good economy and he screwed it up.
Well,
he screwed it up.
The pandemic had something to do with it too, though, right?
You president for 4 years.
True.
Not 3.
True.
You're president for 4 years. He's one of the few presidents that left office with a loss of jobs, not an increase. He's also one of the few presidents that served for 4 years and just go for 3 years that actually increased the debt and the deficit during a growing economy.
Well, but let's be clear.
The presidents did that.
Yeah, but let's be clear. If Biden was president during the pandemic, he would have shut everything down like Fauci was advising, and his economy would have tanked too. Would it not?
I'm not talking about tanking during the pandemic. I'm talking about before that.
I'm just saying that would have been part of his presidency, though.
You know what, though? It probably wouldn't have been as bad because and I'll tell you why. Because if you would have had a president, once again, you come into the leadership, and you had a president that stood up there and say, hey, This is the problem that we have. We got this COVID thing going on. Nobody really knows a lot about it. The CDC, they're doing the best they can. So, but right now we got to go with this mask, and we got to do everything they came out with. This is what we have to do as a nation. This is what we have to do as a people. I'm doing it. Everybody else need to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll agree. Trump
You
should
would have
have.
had now you would have had some people. Hold on a minute. You would have some people that would have went against it.
Yeah.
But the vast majority that didn't have their head up their ass, they would have said, "Hey, this is what we're gonna try." And then, as the CDC learned more information and made the changes that need to be made, the attitude would have been totally different. But instead, you had these knuckleheads running around here suffering from head up Trump's ass syndrome, and he's spewing out this crazy shit about horse pills and shooting yourself up with all kind of crazy shit. No, the dude is not a leader. He's terrible. He's terrible. Dude, come on.
That's our guy.
Come on, man.
3 more years. I got to move it on travel, man.
One more thing. One more thing.
Go.
He screwed the farmers. He screwed the farmers for 4 years. The first time they gave him $26 billion. He gave the farmers to bail them out last time, right?
And guess who the farmers voted for? And guess who the farmers voted for?
Yep. And then this time, not only, excuse my French again, not only did he fuck them over once, he fucked them over twice. He got rid of USAID, which took a lot of the farmer stuff that didn't go to China. Then he put another going to another trade war with China. So now he done fucked them again on that. And that's so bad because China has built mega ports down, I think, in Peru and Brazil. And that's where they get the vast majority of soybeans and the other stuff they used to get from the United States. They haven't even placed a freaking soybean order now.
Well, despite what you're saying, the farmers chose Trump to reelect. They put him back in office. He overwhelmingly won the farming community.
Hey, what we getting right now is what they voted for.
Roger that. Travel, man.
That's what they voted for.
That is absolutely true.
The tariffs, the inflation, all the BS, the world laughing at us. Hey, that's what the people voted for. That's what they got. The problem is it's affecting all of us.
3 more years. I got to move it on. 3 more years.
Democrat.
All right. Appreciate it. Looking in the comments, though, their statement is what they are following, bro. I don't get what you're saying there in regards to that. Maybe that's, I'm way behind on that. Thank you guys for tapping the screen, by the way. We might be able to reach 100,000. Tap the screen, get the likes so that we may be able to do that. Real quick, looking in the comments, and they are regretting it, says facts only. I don't know. I saw a poll the other day that said if there was an election held today, most MAGA would vote for Trump again. So I think that a lot of those farmers that are claiming that they're suffering under Trump, if there was another election held today and Trump was running against Gavin Newsom or Tim Walz or Kamala Harris again or whatever, I think most MAGA would still vote for Trump. Now, of course, Trump would be telling them the issues that the farming community are facing. He's going to turn them around on day one. Of course, that's what he would be saying. But I do believe that if Trump ran again, he would get overwhelming support from most MAGA. I don't talk to a whole lot of MAGA that tell me that they're not happy with Trump and they've changed their mind. All of them do not say he's the greatest of all time, but they still give him generally an A or B grade. I don't even get a lot of MAGA that say he deserves a C, as in Charlie. Thank you for the TikTok cap there, handsome conservative, helping your boy reach the goal. Appreciate that. Thank you for you guys that support the program. I do need that. I appreciate that. Jamal Bundy says cross-eyed. Yeah, when I'm looking at different cameras, you're going to get that. Government over God. I forgive you land. Wait a minute. Government over God. I forgive you, lend your way back to the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. Are you suggesting that somebody is putting government over God? Is that what I'm hearing? Looking in the comments, MAGA, not independents and minorities. Don't know what that means. So too many of them will take a hot... Okay, I'm going to have... Too many of them take a hit? Is that what you're saying? Too many of them would take a hit, I guess you're trying to say, as long as he hurts the people they don't like. You know, I heard somebody on TikTok, some social media content creator was saying that why do people vote for President Trump even if it's hurting them? And they said something similar to what you're saying, is that people vote for the punishment. Even if what he's doing might hurt them financially or hurt them in some way, fashion, or form, as long as it's hurting people they don't like, they'll go with it. I heard somebody say that. I don't know if it's true. But for instance, like, listen, if you vote to get rid of social programs, like Trump right now is trying to get rid of, according to the liberals at least, trying to roll back Obamacare and get rid of it and replace it with nothing. I mean, it used to be repeal and replace Obamacare. Now it's just repeal. And there's a lot of analysts that are suggesting that Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, the main people using it reside in Republican states. Texas, I think Texas is either number 1 or 2, and Florida is the other one. So either Florida is number 1 that has the most people on ACA, and Texas is 2, or Texas is 1 and Florida is 2. But most of the people that are using Obamacare reside in red states. And yet MAGA has always been a fan of getting rid of Obamacare. They've always been a fan of it. So this is what the person on social media was saying, that if you can go after welfare queens, which is obviously black women sitting around collecting food stamps or welfare, if you can go after illegal immigrants that are getting health care on the taxpayer dough, she's saying, this content creator was saying, that MAGA would be willing to give up their own healthcare access if it meant preventing illegal immigrants from getting healthcare as well. They would be willing to give up their own access to SNAP, EBT cards, and social safety nets if it meant taking access away from welfare queens as well. That's what this person was saying. That stereotype was thanks to Ronald Reagan. You talking about the welfare queen? Yeah, I've heard that before. I don't know why that would be, though. In other words, what she claimed is they vote for the punishment. Now, in regards to voting for the punishment, I think there is an argument to be made that Trump has been nothing short of punitive to all sorts of groups since he became president. I mean, what he's doing to the immigrants is so strong that even a Pope came out and said it's hard to look at the Republican Party in the United States as pro-life because of what they're doing to the immigrants and things like that. The Pope said that. The Pope actually said that. But yeah, it's hard to not look at the current term of President Trump in his second go-round and not suggest that he's been incredibly punitive. I mean, he's literally doing stuff to people just for the sake of enjoying it, whether it's the free speech stuff with Jimmy Fallon and things like that. The tweet he sent out earlier today saying that I have a meeting with Russ Voigt. He is of Project 2025 fame to determine which of the many Democrat agencies, most of which are political scam, he recommends to be cut. Just taking pleasure in doing it. Alligator Alcatraz is another one. Just enjoying projecting misery on other people. Just enjoying it. So he does seem to be doing that. By the way, look in the comments, tap the screen. I agree with Shooty Scoot or Scooty Scoot. Thank you. Tap the screen. Get your boy on up over that 100,000 mark. We're getting close. If you guys enjoy this type of dialogue, we're here generally Monday through Friday. We are MAGA friendly. Trying to get more MAGA on the program. I mentioned this earlier, but I got a different audience now. We're now going to be on X. Starting tomorrow, we're going to be live on X. We're currently live on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We're going to start being live on X. So if you have an X account, follow the Handsome Liberal. Should be, as Steve Bannon once said on January 6th, it should be wild. So if you have an X account, feel free to follow your boy, the Handsome Liberal. We're also on Truth Social, but I don't know how to work it yet, so I'm not going to go live on Truth Social yet. And I don't know, that could be maybe a little bit too wild. But we're going to go to Elon's house. There's a lot of MAGA there, and I want to talk to MAGA, so we're going to be live on X. Same name, the Handsome Liberal, across all platforms. If you're on Truth Social, give your boy a follow. As the numbers increase, we may go ahead and dive in and try to go live on Truth Social as well. So Rumble, if you use Rumble, there are plenty of conservatives on Rumble, but it's kind of a down in the weeds social media page. So the Handsome Liberal on Rumble, Truth Social, or X, if you will still be on Instagram, occasionally on Clapper, and always on YouTube and TikTok. TikTok, I'm kind of wondering about TikTok, because if once TikTok falls in the hands of Americans, and they're all Trump loyalists, I believe. I'm just speculating here, but I do believe once TikTok is in the hands of America and we control the algorithm on TikTok, with all of the powers that be controlling TikTok to essentially be friends and associates of Trump, I don't know if the site is going to be freer or more enjoyable than it is now with the Chinese. So I'm not 100% sure we're going to always be on TikTok. I just want to bring that up. But that's what's going to happen, is that TikTok, once it falls in Americans' hands, Trump has already said the people that's going to be over it are patriots that love America. That's basically a synonym for Republicans. He said the people that are going to be in control of TikTok are patriots that love America. That's a synonym for folks on the right. So I don't know how, because we know Trump is not a big fan of people criticizing him. So if he has a social media page and people are on there criticizing him, I don't know how long they're going to be on there. So we'll leave it at that. Yes, but you said you would always want a Republican on your show. The Handsome Conservative. I want as many MAGA and Republicans on my show as I can. But I don't want to be moderated by the damn platform. I can deal with 1,000 Republicans coming on here telling me I'm a piece of shit all day long, correcting things I say, telling me what I'm getting wrong. I enjoy that. But I don't want YouTube, TikTok, or Instagram to be controlling who can come on the show. I don't want, we don't have a moderator on this program. We're so much in favor of free speech. We've never had a moderator. So you don't have to worry about when you say something, somebody in the background is trying to block you. I don't feel confident that the folks that Trump is putting over TikTok won't do stuff like that. I don't feel confident. You know, like, what is the acronyms for fuck Donald Trump? FDT? I don't feel confident that once Trump guys get a hold of TikTok, that won't be a banned phrase, for instance. I don't feel confident that they won't try stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'm speculating. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I am. Anyway, looking in the comments, though. Yes, it seems the administration is happy the government shut down. I don't know why they would be, though. Trump is not going to get in any trouble for the government shutting down. He doesn't have to run again and things like that. But he could be fucking up a lot of people in the Republican Senate and Congress. They got to, listen, once Trump is done, let's say the Democrat, let's say the government continues to be the republic that it is, and it continues to function. I know a lot of liberals believe it's over with and Trump's trying to be a dictator, but let's say the government continues to function the way it is. There's going to be a whole lot of Republicans that are going to have to pay for riding with Trump on a ride or die fashion, no matter what he did. Now, you had my last guest talking about farmers and shit like that. There's going to be a lot of them that are going to lose their jobs because of what Trump did. Trump's going to ride off into the sunset, an old, rich gazillionaire. Trump's not going to pay any price. He's not going to have any accountability. He's going to do fine. But a lot of his associates, I'm talking congressmen, I'm talking senators, I'm talking governors, I'm talking lawyers that wrote with this shit. All of them folks, probably judges and people like that. Once the Democrats are out of power, you're going to have liberals coming for some of those folks, because there are people, undoubtedly, that probably have done shit wrong. My guess is there are probably people acting on behalf of ICE that have no business in a law enforcement position. My guess is there are plenty of them folks out there that have violated laws and things. They're going to be coming after them people. They're going to be coming after people. It's just, right now, Trump has 3 more years to enjoy himself. Harry Skeen, appreciate that, man. Thank you for the super chat. Going back to the box, Harry Skeen, thank you. Continuing on with the program, Gangsta Grandma. Good evening. Welcome to the show. No fluffing zone today. How you doing?
No fluffing zone.
No fluffing zone.
You always got the uncooked meat up in your mouth, Kevin. Every damn show. Be quiet. You haven't changed nothing.
We ain't done nothing wrong today. It's been a good show.
Oh yeah, whatever. You know, you fluffy. You be fluffy. Boy, if I could put maggots right on top of your ass, you'll be drooling. Cause you'll be all up on their asses, cupcaking with the enemy. Oh yes, come on now. You really are cupcaking to the enemy. Oh, we gotta show them respect. Fuck you and show them respect.
What is wrong with showing adversaries, with showing MAGA respect? What is wrong with showing MAGA respect?
Do they show you respect, Tim?
Lots.
No, they degrade you. Have they shown black people respect? No, they want to put us in fucking trees. Do they show the Mexicans respect? No. They don't do nothing like that. They voted for a rape. They voted for a rapist. They voted for a racist. And then you're over here asking people, oh, I love black men. I love black people. No, he don't. He rather put us in a damn tree.
Let me disagree with you, obviously, and say I got plenty of callers that come on. I got plenty of call. MAGA Reacts don't disrespect me. He's MAGA.
MAGA React, you be sucking on him so fucking bad. You let him talk and belittle things. You let him spew all his dumb nonsense and shit. And you, what kind of pushback? Oh, don't do that. No. Like a fifi. Like you gotta, you know what? You're like a femboy.
No.
You're fucking like a femboy.
I think
you are. You are femme. I'm masculine. I got the JJ. I got more testosterone and masculine. I take the bitches on. You, femme.
I think you.
Yeah, you're femme.
I think you're hearing things don't. I think you're hearing things that don't happen.
You're so polite. You're so get the fuck out of here, man. I got more testosterone balls than you do.
Well, speaking about the size, speaking in regards to the size of your testicles, Draco says, Tim, she's just mad because Biden told her to get her a set of teeth if reelected. So he's saying that Biden.
Hey, let me tell you something. I got a speech impairment because I had a stroke at 8 years old. Okay, over some medication. So I got a speech impairment. I had no teeth. Yeah, okay. I'll take the bitches so if I had no teeth, okay? But the bitches, you know what?
Damn. Wait. What did you say you would do if you had no teeth?
If I had no teeth, I'd be taking niggas' souls. That's what I said. Okay? So shut the fuck up. They can't pay my car note.
Wow.
Tim?
Wow.
So, I thought they go, oh, you good, no teeth. No, I got speech impairment, bitch. And if I had no teeth, I'd be sucking and fucking. And guess what? The baby knocking at my door again. Come give me some more head.
Oh my God. Wow, that was powerful. I couldn't let that get by.
I don't fuck with a white team, man. So it's just chocolate all day. I'm pro-black.
Oh my God. I want to have my soul taken. Damn. That kind of remind me of the Coming to America. Got your soul taken. Wow.
I be taking men's souls.
Okay.
And that's all they got. Oh, she goes, no, I have a speech impairment. And that's why don't even fuck with me. But I guarantee you, the fucking maggots can't even pay my car note. That's how broke they are.
And well, Handsome Conservative says, I don't know about anybody else, but I feel like praying after listening to Gangsta Grandma.
Well, you know what? You should be praying, bitch, because you be sucking on a white man so bad. You know what's fucking crazy these motherfuckers are? They voted against their own interests. Because half the motherfuckers, most of them are on ACA. Most of them are on ACA. They don't have it like that. They can't afford the bills, the medical. And that's what he's trying to cut right now. That's why we're in a shutdown.
Why do you think, with President Trump trying to cut the Affordable Care Act, and as you rightfully pointed out, a lot of MAGA are on that, why do you think they're okay with that?
Because they're sucking on his cock so bad, and they're drinking his Kool-Aid and his uncooked protein. They swear up and down the undocumented immigrants are on it, but they really are not, because they do not have a social security number. You have
to have a social security number to get food stamps, to get Medicaid, to get ACA. You have to have a social. They do not. All they have is a TPN number just to work.
And that is a big thing floating around. Is they really believe the Democrats are fighting to give illegal immigrants health care.
And that's how racist they are. Oh my God, they're taking that. No, bitch, you're going to be crying at the end. If the Dems don't fight more, if the Dems don't do this, oh well, fuck around and find out, bitches. You're going to be loving little maggot, your triple K's taking your benefits.
But how?
And 100% tariff, 100% tariff on prescription drugs. And you know a lot of maggots, they be on the drugs.
But how
Like
is
diabetes.
how is preventing illegal immigrants from getting health care? How is that racist? You said racist.
They always, because they throw that shit. That's the reason why they do what they do. You know, it is racism. They really do believe, they're taking shit from us. White tears, they ain't doing shit. They're just out here working and busting their ass. The white man won't do it. Oh, God forbid, the white man go in there and pick strawberries out of the field. Oh, my God, they're going to get burned.
But you do admit that President Trump has done a good job with the border. I mean, we did need to control the border.
Oh, my God, shut the fuck up on the border. Tim, you are the most, you're not, oh, my God, you are a fucking undercover maggot for real.
What the hell? Where does that come from?
Do you comprehend this, okay? He has less deportations than Biden. 20,000 a week, month. He has less, okay? Just because you think it's closed. Our borders are not closed, Pookie, Ray-Rays, and all the unlegitimate idiots. It's not closed. They just haven't caught them. If they caught 5, there's 5 more right behind them. They haven't caught a lot of them.
Is the border more
Okay.
secure? Let me just ask you a simple question. Is the border more secure under Trump?
No.
What?
It's really not. It's really not. That's the same thing under Biden. What has he passed to make it that way?
You don't believe
Name me a bill that he passed to make it secure. I'll wait.
Well, how about the fact that he sent a ton of military down to the border and finished the damn
The
wall?
military's been there, Boogie. That's why Mexico was laughing at them, dumbass.
You're telling
We
me
sent 10,000 more. Mexico sent 10,000 more. They've been had 10,000.
you're telling me Trump has done nothing to secure the border?
Not really, no.
That's
No,
crazy.
They haven't.
That's crazy.
Tim, name me a policy that he has did to get the border secure. Name it to me. I'll wait.
Well, first of all, him getting rid of the asylum method of coming in here.
That is against the law. That's actually against the Constitution. You do realize that.
I'm just simply telling you the main way they were coming in here.
That's something that he shouldn't have even been doing, Tim.
America
He's breaking the law, Tim.
America disagrees,
No,
gangster.
I'm not getting
America
that. That's so
disagrees
funny.
with you. America disagrees with you.
Okay, whatever. America, no, the maggots do.
Let me
maggots.
let me ask it to you. Okay, let me ask it to you this way. Do you believe the Democrat Party wants to take it back to being able to claim asylum the way they were under Biden? Do the Democrats want to go back to that?
They should have claimed asylum. It's under the Constitution. They have every legal right to claim asylum, but he's not doing it. You know why? Do you know why? Even if they do it the right way, he's kicking them out. He wants to make this shit white. Okay? It's never going to be a white country. This country never was for the white man. Do you even realize why they don't have a month for white people to celebrate their culture? Why do they don't have white people to celebrate their culture? You know why? Because they're colonizers. Do you ever typed in what white people's done? The top 3 things white people's done: colonize, murder, and grape. Go look at the shit up. They have nothing. They got nothing to offer nobody. We have Black History Month. We have Hispanic Month.
I don't know.
We have Asian Month. We have Indigenous Month. Why do you don't have white people month?
I think you're talking from a.
colonizers.
It sounded to me like you're talking from a standpoint of hate. There's a whole lot of.
It's not hate.
Let me explain.
See, let me tell you something. Hate is when you do some stupid shit. No. I'm telling the truth. Why you don't think they don't have a month to celebrate? Because they don't got shit to celebrate. The colonizers, all they have done. Look at all the white men. We just had another pew pewing at Walmart or Colorado tonight.
All of the grapes and murders that happened in Africa and
The majority of them are white tea.
that's not true.
White tea, yes, it is. Yes, it is. You know what, Tim? Go suck on the cock again. That's all you're fucking good for. That's all you're good for. Because you don't everybody. Go look this shit up. Go look it up.
I don't know. To me,
Go look at why we don't have White Tea Month then. Why?
why
They're
would
the colonizers. Why? Ask them. Okay, why we don't have White Tea Month? Because what are they going to celebrate? They steal everything. The white tea man stole everything. I'm not talking about our allies. I'm talking about the maggots. The people like him, they come in, they conquer shit, or they steal shit. They stole it from the Mexican people. They stole half this country from the Mexicans and stuff. And the indigenous, if you have an indigenous person up there, they'll call him a colonizer.
I just think, I mean, I hear you saying allies, but to me, you just sound like you hate white people.
No, I told you who I hate. It's the maggots. It's not my allies.
I mean,
I told you.
You just said.
You know what allies are? They own up to what their ancestors did. That's why they're fighting with us in the streets and stuff. They know what their ancestors did, and they own it. And they go and they take their white tea privilege, and they fight with us.
For you
That's it.
For you to say white people have not done anything but colonize and kill people,
It's the truth.
it's not true.
White men.
All
they
of the
are the danger. They're the danger of the United States. They are.
all of the technological advances they're responsible for, inventions. You're not giving them credit for any of that.
No. They stole a lot of inventions from black people, honey. I think you need to go do your own fucking history check, boy.
I think you just.
Boy, let me tell ya. You sound like a little house ninja. Like, get that whip. All the little inventions. No. They stole a lot from black people.
Why do
yes,
you?
They did. Go look this shit. See, you're looking at the white tea history, thinking what they gonna do. No, go Google as a search engine. Yeah, a lot of the white so-called inventions came from black people. They stole them. Don't believe me.
To me, you just sound like you have hate in your heart.
Let me tell you something. I don't have hate with nobody except for the maggots, because they hate me. They don't give a fuck about none of us. They don't.
I think you're giving them. I think you're giving them. I think you're giving them. You're giving them ample reason to hate you. You're pretty hateful yourself.
I don't give a fuck if they hate me. There's a mutual. I'm not like you, Pookie. I don't get on my knees and suck on the white tea man. I stand 10 toes down, and I'll be damned. I go to you got me fucked up.
This ain't about standing. It ain't about standing 10 toes down. It's about hate.
You know what? I don't have no hate, only for them. You know look what they're doing to us, Tim. Look what they're coming for us. They don't like Bad Bunny because he speaks Spanish. Tim, you're so fucking white. You're drinking your own fucking bleach. It's just dripping from your fucking mouth.
What the hell?
No, you're so. You know what? You come harder for me. Why don't you go straight ham on fucking all of those racist pieces of shit that you have on your line? Why don't you go straight ham on them? Oh, but you won't though. But you'll go ham on me, right? Get the fuck out of here.
I'm not going ham on you.
Balls for me. You got so-called big balls for me, but you don't got big balls for the fucking white man. They'll put you in a fucking tree though, right?
Gangster, hold on, gangster.
That's why you won't put. You know why? That's why you won't put me on your. You won't put me as a second little command on here, because you know, I'll go straight ham on their asses and I'll call their BS out. I'll call their BS out and I'll tell them go get the facts, because you won't let them go get the facts. You won't let them go get the proof. You let them spew all the nonsense. Yeah, you got freedom of speech, bitch, but back your shit up though. I got my fucking proof of how they stole from the black man about saying that they did all these inventions and half the shit was from black men. Yes.
Do you have
I
any?
have all the proof.
Do
Fuck
you
a
have?
white man.
Do you have any white friends or associates at all?
Yeah, I got white friends.
And they hear
They
you,
my allies.
and they hear you talking like this, and they stay your friend.
Yeah, they be laughing. A couple of them is on here now. They be laughing. They say you just go straight the fuck out. Because they know that I do not like maggots. And they know who my ally is. And they know that I will never disrespect the ally because they be over here with us. They with us.
How about this? Alter Ego says, I can admit her delivery is all wrong and she is bad for our party, but she does say factual info. What about your delivery?
You know what? This is who I am. I'm not gonna change you. I said I'm not gonna change me. This is how I talk. Bitch, if you don't like it, kiss my black ass.
Bitch,
This is
if
how
you
I
don't-
talk. I'm not like you. I'm not gonna cupcake and kiss a white man's ass and say, yes, well, this is what you've done, sweetie. Oh, you'll change it. Like, no. But I'm coming straight hard on you.
You just told me I cupcake after saying, bitch, if you don't
You
like me.
cupcake.
Hold on, hang on. Your words were, you're calling me a cupcake, but yet you followed that by saying, bitch, if you don't like me, you can kiss my black ass. How am I going to run a show talking like
If you
that?
don't like me, then I'm not calling you a bitch. I'm talking
I
to
get
you.
it, but how am I going to, how can you run a show talking to people like that?
Hey, they're going to like me or they're going to hate me. That's simple.
I think you're creating
I'm
people.
not fake like you. I'm not fake. I cannot. I promise you, I cannot be fake. I tell it like it is. I don't have no respect for their asses, what they put us through. They didn't want to vote for her because she was a black woman. What? You want me to kiss their ass? Fuck no. You want me to cupcake with them? Fuck no. You want me to say, oh, it's okay what you did? No, fuck you. And I'll tell it like it is to them. I will tell them, bring the fucking proof. Black on black is a little worse than white on white. Bring me the fucking proof. Oh, shut the fuck up. Go have a seat somewhere and go suck on your daddy.
I gotta go.
Let me go. Let me tell you something.
Real
Tim.
quick.
They're so interbred. These motherfuckers are so interbred, okay? The maggots are so interbred. They believe everything this motherfucker's saying. And they're trying to take the Medicaid and the ABA away from them. They're trying right now. And they're still sucking on that white man. So don't tell me. And I have people that's on it. That's why I'm passionate about it. I have people. I have friends and stuff that's on it, that's scared that they're going to lose it and they will not afford it. And they have cancer and stuff.
I understand.
See, that's what I am very passionate. I don't give a fuck.
You are very passionate.
I won't.
All right, Gangsta, I do got to move it on. There's no denying you're passionate.
I'm never going to change.
I believe
I'm
that.
never going to change.
I believe that.
I'm a thug.
I gotta go. All right. Sound like Trick Daddy, baby, because I'm a thug. Anyway, let me move it on, baby, because I'm a thug. Now you see it will hit home. What do you mean by today is a new day? I don't get what you're saying. Sterlo, thank you. Good stay you. Thank you very much, Sterlo, for the internet. She's completely wrong about everything she said. What is that? The opposite of hat? You know, I don't get to wave this as much anymore. Trump is, what does it say? Trump was right about everything. I don't get to wave this as much anymore because he does say a lot of things that I don't think are correct anymore. But you said she was wrong about everything. And Sassy Mo says, I guess Gangsta told you. Every time I talk to Gangsta, by the time the conversation is done, I'm sweating because she makes me work for it. I don't know. Listen, I agree with pushing back against people who are saying things that are obviously wrong, incorrect, or even when they're full of shit. But you can't run a show using the language and the insults that she's using. I mean, not only would the person I'm talking to feel very slighted, a lot of the viewers don't want to hear that either. I mean, people are listening to me while they're at home. My show is broadcast on people's television. Shout out to any of you folks who watch me at home on TV, because you can watch YouTube on your TV. I used to do live in a horizontal format because people used to ask for that. But most of the people viewing me are watching on tablets and phones. But we do sometimes do them horizontal so you can watch on the television. But whatever the case may be, I can only have one or two guests that talk like that because people will tune out. I mean, you can't, if you're listening at work or something like that, you can't have somebody hearing that. So the idea that she wants me to push back in that manner, you can't run a show like that. You just can't. I get people, because all of my lives are put on YouTube. They're all archived. So every live we've ever been involved in, the callers, everybody, you'll hear it. They're all on YouTube. You go on the Handsome Liberal on YouTube, click on lives, and all of them are there. They're the same name you see now. They'll be named that. But I do get some companies that want to do collabs and things like that. They're not going to collaborate with that. I mean, I can sell a product. I don't really do a lot of collabs anyway, but if the right one comes along, I wouldn't turn it down. Nobody's going to collab with that in the middle of it. So, and that's what I try to tell her. Like, you can push back, but you got to do it tactfully. You can't tell somebody they're sucking dick and expect the public to be okay with that. So we can only do it so much. But like I said, I'm okay with her being passionate. I'm okay with you being passionate. But there has to be a method to the madness. You can't just talk to people any kind of way. I imagine one of the reasons people cling to their hate so stubbornly is because they sense once hate is gone, they will be forced to deal with pain. That's deep and probably accurate. That is probably accurate, because I'll tell you this. One of the benefits of hate is that it gives you someone to blame for something that you may personally be responsible for. But as long as you can blame them, whoever they may be, it kind of gives you a subconscious way of taking the responsibility and accountability off yourself. I wouldn't be sitting here struggling to pay my bills if they weren't taking my job. Even though in reality, maybe you dropped out of high school and you didn't go to college and you didn't maximize your potential, meaning that in reality, you are the reason you're not doing very well. But if you can convince yourself that they are the reason, it helps remove some accountability from yourself. So I can see that. Looking in the comments, Sterlo, shout out to you. Appreciate that super chat. Thank you, Sterlo. I bet Trump has done way more for black people than she ever has. There's a flip side to that angelic army. He's probably hurt more black people than she ever has too. I mean, he's president, so some of the legislation he passes, even if he thinks it's great for America, is hurting people. So you can talk about what he's done for black people, like, for instance, getting rid of USAID, firing a ton of federal workers. That's hurting black people. So you may see where he's done more for black people, but understand he's also hurt a lot of black people too. Aaron Harmon, shout out to you, showing love to this channel. Love it. Keep up the good work. I need that. I need that occasionally in a world full of folks calling me everything from a libtard to a sellout. It's always good to get a compliment. Appreciate that, Aaron Harmon. Thank you very much. Just like the Republicans blame Democrats for Charlie Kirk before they even knew what happened. It started hate and violence before they even knew what happened. So who's hating? That's true. And I'll tell you this. I still believe that Tyler Robinson, the one that took out Charlie Kirk, did not quench the thirst for wanting to blame a liberal for doing that. Tyler Robinson was not liberal enough. They wanted the guy who took out the young Ukrainian immigrant on the subway. They wanted something like that. Some blue-haired transgender liberal or something like that. Tyler Robinson barely crossed the line of what me personally, based on what I've seen, I'm not even confident Tyler Kirk was a liberal at all. Certainly not a radical leftist, as Trump was calling him. Way too many things about Tyler Robinson were conservative. Man, he obviously was big on guns. That ain't something a radical leftist is known for doing. Family is very religious. Family involved in law enforcement and shit like that. Which is why the minute they captured and detained, or better yet, arrested Charlie Kirk and took him, not Charlie Kirk, but Tyler Robinson, the minute they took him into custody, because he didn't satisfy the thirst of blaming liberals, what were they saying? They killed Charlie Kirk. They did it because that one person was not quenching the thirst. They had to start blaming it on liberals that had nothing to do with it. They started speaking in plural terms, even though Kash Patel made it clear when he used the phrase, "we got him." It's one person. So why are you using them and theys? What do you got? What are you, part of the LGBTQ community now? You got pronouns? All of a sudden it's they and them that took out Charlie. No, it was one dude. One dude. Why are you saying plural shit? So yeah, and I do agree with you, Scooty Scoop. You don't even hear him talking about Tyler Robinson anymore. He just did not fit. He wasn't liberal enough. That wasn't what they were wanting. He did not satisfy the thirst of wanting a good, clean, obvious example of a far left radical taking him out. That guy did not fit the profile whatsoever. So they had to back off. Not to mention his whole family is nothing but MAGA. He didn't fit the profile. They got gay on us, says T-Mac. Okay. All right, anyway, let me go back to the box. Hey, bro, do you actually think he likes black people? Just curious. I think Trump likes money. I think, and I'll just say it like this. I've said this before in the program. Whether Trump is racist or not, I don't know what's in his heart. And I'm speaking candid. This is my opinion on him. I'm sure I'm going to get hammered by both sides for what I'm about to say. But this is a free speech program. You can say whatever the hell you want in the comments. I'll address it as it comes in. I don't know what's in Trump's heart. So I'm not going to say he's racist. I will just say I believe Trump is an opportunist. And when Trump ran for office, he made it clear that he felt he would do better as a Republican than a Democrat. So he weighed his opportunity, felt he would do better as a Republican than a Democrat, even though he's on record saying he identifies as a Democrat. I'm going to make this make sense in a minute. So when it came to running as a Republican, as being an opportunist, he is going to say and do whatever it takes to get the largest amount of support from the Republican Party. And there are more people, in my humble opinion, once again, you can correct me in the comments. I believe there are more people in the Republican Party that do not favor blacks than there are that happen to be black. There are more people that do not like black people in the Republican Party than there are black people in the Republican Party. So if you're an opportunist and you're going to try to go to the largest group that will support you, you're going to cater to the larger group, which is people that do not like black people. If all of a sudden the Republican Party had a swelling of African Americans, and let's say it got to the point where 30% of the Republican Party were blacks, I think his whole language would change. I think his language would change. I think Trump often caters to what's going to benefit him. If it benefits him to go racist online, say racist shit and things like that, that's where he's going to go. If it benefits him to start loving black people, there's photos of President Trump out there holding an LGBTQ flag. You know this guy hasn't said shit to indicate he favors the LGBTQ community. But at the time, he needed their vote. Same thing with the Christian thing. You don't see Trump as a hardcore Christian, but as a Republican, you need to present yourself that way. So I believe that while he has said a lot of things that sound racist to me, I believe he's an opportunist. I believe a lot of that stuff would go away if it benefited him to love black people. But as a Republican, there are more people in that party that do not like black people than there are that happens to be black. That's my opinion. That's my opinion on that. I'm more of an opportunist than necessarily just a racist. So I'll leave it at that. Anyway, looking in the comments though, and DJ D says exactly, he's a con. So what you're saying is a politician will say whatever they need to get elected. Not quite handsome conservative. All politicians won't go. Listen, I think the line that you can cross exists in all of us, but for some of us, you can go way further before you cross your own personal line. I don't think most politicians would view saying racial shit as not crossing the line. Most politicians would not do that. Trump's line is much further out there. He'll do a lot more than the average politician. So yes, all politicians will say whatever they need to get elected, but a lot of them draw the line much sooner than Trump would. That's the difference. Because I don't think some of the things that Trump has said you could get out of most politicians. I think they would rather just finagle the words, become a spinmeister or something like that. Trump says some racial shit that's pretty clear that I don't think you can get out of most politicians. That's my opinion. Looking in the comments though, Joe Brown puts it simple with Trump. Joe Brown, some of the stuff he said about Kamala Harris and things like that, it lost me at it. I mean, when he started calling Kamala Harris a hoe and saying she's an old hoe and things like that, you ain't even never met this bride. You don't know who the hell she is. I mean, to me, Joe Brown was just in the camp for Trump. Maybe him and Trump go back and were friends or something like that. He was just supporting Trump. I mean, look, if you want to point out things you like about Trump, maybe he helped you out, gave you a loan or whatever, fine, support Trump. But then when you start calling Kamala Harris an old hoe and all, and you ain't never even met her, he lost me when he did that. That's when he lost me. Let me go back to the box. We'll keep it moving if I can make for some reason the thing looks like we have some times with it. Maybe I need to switch over something. I don't know. I'm on Wi-Fi. Give it a minute. Montel Williams said Harris was a spitter. Why? Why would that come out? Montel Williams, if he's had any relationship with Kamala Harris, it's going to go back decades. Why would he do that? Okay, if you and her had intimate relations and she went down on you and chose not to swallow and spit, why would you tell that to the public? What is the purpose of doing that? How does that affect her ability to be a politician at all? I mean, Trump is banging people while married. Stormy Daniels claims he brought her in the house while he was living with Melania Trump. I mean, people think he's a good politician. Why does that even matter what her sexual exploits were back years ago? I don't even understand why that would even come up. Gen X, good evening. Welcome to the program, because she was a hoe. And also I will say this shows you the difference in the double standard. Because if you believe that Kamala Harris was a hoe, and you don't say the same about Trump, it's just a double standard. I mean, Trump, whatever definition that you would come up with of what a hoe is, how does Trump not qualify? How with his exploits with Playboy models and multiple wives, how does he not qualify? Telling young individuals that I'll be dating you in 10 years and looking at his own kid and shit, talking about if she were my daughter, I'd be dating her. How does he not qualify? How does Kamala Harris become a hoe and he doesn't qualify? Gen X, can you explain that?
I can't, Tim. I can't. Hey, I'm not going to be here very long. I just had 2 wisdom teeth pulled out, so
Ouch.
I'm in a little bit of pain.
Ouch.
Kind of loopy. They got me on Dilaudid, so. But I wanted to address something Dencal asked last night, because I got seriously curious about that. And he asked, why is it that more white people commit these mass casualty events than black folks? And
I
he's
can
right.
answer.
The numbers speak for themselves. He's absolutely right. But I think there's a logical explanation for that.
There is. I can answer that too, but go ahead.
In the United States, there's 212 million white folks. There's 41.31 million black folks. Now, if we ask the SMI number, which is serious mental illness, to cut the chase, it's about 4 white people are seriously mental ill, as opposed to 1.9 million black folks. Now, I think we could agree that if you take out a lot of people and you committed a mass casualty event, you're seriously mentally ill. There's something wrong.
I don't believe that, because this is what Charlie Kirk was saying right before he got shot. When he was talking about mass casualty events, he said, are we including gang crimes in it? Because a mass casualty event I think the definition is 4 or more people being shot, not including the shooter.
Those numbers don't include.
Right.
I filtered that. That doesn't include gang killings.
Okay.
Okay.
Now we're that's okay. Now that's different. Now you got to be mentally ill if it's not because
Yeah,
most
I filtered all that.
yeah.
I brought it through the filters and this and that, and we got the end number was 1.9 million black folks, as compared to 41 or 42 million white folks with an SMI, serious mental illness. Now, if you filter out the gang robberies, shit like that, the numbers, I mean, if you got 41 million crazy people as opposed to 1.9 million crazy people, the number's going to be a lot higher
Yeah.
for the white folks because there's a lot more crazy people.
But you know something? I don't believe the numbers. I don't believe the number of crazy white folks is that much higher than black folks. I think it's the fact that in this country people do not have health care. There are probably a whole bunch of crazy black folks that just have not been diagnosed because they don't have health access to a doctor and things like that. Where the white community has more health care and insurance in it, so they can be diagnosed as somebody with mental illness. Where you probably got a whole bunch of crazy blacks that are mentally ill and nobody's ever diagnosed them with it, so they don't get counted in the same numbers.
And I took that into consideration. But if you look at 41.3 million black folks as opposed to 212 million white folks, that's a bit. Black folks don't account for a quarter of the number of white folks, and the number of mentally ill among whites is way higher than it is with blacks, according to the statistic. Whether that's true or not, I don't know.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that statistic at face value because, like I said, I believe that listen, medical care in this country for whites is better than blacks because more of them have health insurance. I think there's a lot of black people that have medical issues and things like that that don't even get diagnosed because they don't have access to care. If everybody had universal health care, I bet that black number would go up. It would be more blacks that have mental illness because they would have access to doctors and things like that. You would probably have that increase.
See, and I would disagree with that, and here's why. I would say that number is inherent upon wealth. More rich people have good health care as opposed to poor people.
Right, and there's more wealth in the white community. You can go if you want, but still, that's why more white people have health care than blacks. They have more money in that community than the black community.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
So-
I can't argue that.
Yeah, if you had universal health care where everybody had access to health care, I mean, not only are we talking about diagnosing mental illness, I just think the lifespan and everything else among Americans would go up. I mean, there's a lot of people that, because Trump is always talking about shithole cities and fucked up towns, but he only bases it on crime. There's a whole lot of shithole cities out there because people just don't have health care. People are, losing their lives and living a horrible life for stuff that would have been easily preventable if they just had access to doctors. People all the time, even middle class people, will, as opposed to dialing an ambulance or going to the doctor, will try to wait it out and hope it cures because it costs too much. If people just had universal health care like they do in a lot of other countries, it would be better for Americans all around. But I think we're just too busy focusing on crime and ignoring that. And I'll tell you one thing, lack of mental health probably takes more American lives by far than crime does.
Never thought about that, but I can't say at face value I disagree with that. That would also explain this. Do you see more transgender whites or transgender black folks?
I don't know. I'll tell you why. I'll say not only why I say I don't know, but I think the reason is because when we think of transgender, we think of, I'm 6'6", 300 pounds. You put a wig on me, it's pretty obvious I'm a fucking man. But there's a lot of transgender people that you would not know. Everybody don't look like Caitlyn Jenner, where this ugly ass bitch used to be a dude. Now, some of these transgender women, unless they told you they were trans, you would never know. So I probably have seen a bunch of transgender women and didn't even know I was looking at one.
That wasn't the point. The point is, do you see more white folks transgender or black?
Like I said,
if a lot more whites that are transgender, and the reason being is because the mental health thing. There's a lot more crazy white people.
I don't know.
Than there are crazy black people.
I don't know. I just said because a lot of these folks can pass. They can actually pass as the identity the gender they're identifying as. You might be out at a crowded event like an amusement park or something like that, and some transgender woman may walk by you and it doesn't set off any alarm bells. You may think that was a woman. You just won't know. So when you ask, well, do you see more of this or that? You can't really give an accurate count because some of the people you don't see, you didn't know that you was looking at them.
I've met very few. Actually, I've met no trannies that I didn't know were trans. There are just certain characteristics of a man that you can tell are a man.
I don't believe that. They don't all have big Adam's apples. They don't all have broad shoulders. There are some feminine dudes out there. Look, there are dudes out there that are not even trying to be anything other than a straight male, and you still look at him and like, this dude looks very feminine. Just like there are some women. What do you guys say about Michelle Obama? You call her a man or whatever. She ain't trying to be transgender, yet you still think she looks masculine. Sometimes you can just be a straight man or a straight woman and look like the other side. So they don't all have these features you're talking about. They don't all have big Adam's apples or none of that stuff.
I look at Michelle Obama too, and I've made the jokes and the memes about her being a dude, but that's a woman.
Thank you.
That's a woman.
Thank you.
There's no way to fucking to say she's not. Okay? She may have some masculine feel, like the broad shoulders or the back big as Lawrence Taylor's.
No, she does not. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. She actually looks she don't my biggest Lawrence Taylor. Shame on you. Oh my God. No, but like I said, you ain't always going.
Got another question.
Sure, what you got?
When you heard about how many times before Charlie Kirk got taken out did you watch Charlie Kirk or educate yourself about him? Not a whole lot.
Not a whole lot.
Not a whole lot at all, right?
No.
So isn't it reasonable to think that before Trump even heard of 2025, Project 2025, he educated himself after he heard about it? And maybe now he knows a lot more about it than he did when he said he never heard about it?
I don't believe Trump from day one. I think with Project 2025, you got Democrats running for office. They're using this to try to win over the Republican Party. They're talking about they're going to, fundamentally change this country and take us back generations. And then they go put a mic in front of Trump's face and he responds with, I've never heard of it. Bullshit. Your side is going to tell you, I mean, even if you had nothing to do with it, the fact that they're running ads and stuff all over the place, you're going to have to familiarize yourself with this. He clearly knew about that. He was lying when he said he didn't know about it.
You see, your actions and what you say now are incongruent. I don't know if you know what incongruent means.
Tell me how they're incongruent, inconsistent, or whatever you're trying to say. Tell me how they are. What am I doing wrong?
Because you hold a standard for one thing, but not the other.
Give me an example. What are you talking about?
Case in point is that you didn't know shit about Charlie Kirk until he was taken out, and then you educated yourself about him.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Trump didn't know shit about Project 2025 until he got all these accusations thrown at him.
No.
And then he educated himself about it. Whether he referenced them today or not, I don't know. That's between him and God.
Big difference.
But
Big
I
difference.
don't think the guy knew shit about 2025 when he said he didn't know shit about it.
Big difference, because me not knowing about Charlie Kirk was not going to have any effect on my life or my success. Trump not knowing about Project 2025, when your opponent is running on you proposing this, and there's commercials and shit all over the place, you need to learn about that. I don't need to learn about Charlie Kirk. He's just some dude out there that's working for the other side saying shit. If I don't know about him, let's say he still is alive and I don't know anything about him, it doesn't affect me at all. But if you're running for office and the other side is constantly talking about Project 2025 and is scaring the shit out of voters, you need to know about that. That's a big difference than what you're talking about.
But Tim, neither you or I knew about Project 2025 until it came up during the 2024 election. I didn't know shit. I'd never even heard of it. Neither had you, because I've had conversations.
Because it wasn't a threat. Because it wasn't a threat at the time.
Exactly my point. Exactly my point. We didn't know about it. How do we know Trump didn't know about that shit? It wasn't a fucking subject matter at the time.
I'm not saying Trump didn't know. I'm not saying Trump had to know about it before running for office. I'm saying they put a microphone in front of his face while he was actively running. We're now months in because Trump announced he was running for president in 2023, in the summer of 2023. He was one of the. In fact, he announced he was running for reelection further back than any president has announced it that quickly. So at that point, from that point on, you need to know about Project 2025 the minute they start putting it on TV. Now, they're campaigning on Project 2025. Huh?
When did they start putting it on TV?
I don't know, but when they asked Trump, did he know anything? Hold on. I don't know when they did it, but they asked Trump about it months after it had been on television, and he claimed he didn't know. I don't believe that. I think it came up at a debate. There's no way in hell the moderator of the debate knows about it. All the folks watching the debate know about it, and you don't. I don't believe that.
Are you kidding me? You're telling me the moderators of the debate don't know about dirt they can use against a candidate before the candidate knows about it?
What I'm saying,
or that it's something that would be used against them?
No, Gen X. What I'm saying is when you got the voting constituents on both sides of the aisle and the moderator of a presidential debate, they all know what Project 2025 is, and you as a presidential candidate don't. I don't believe that. Both sides of the aisle know what this is. They've been debating it all over TikTok, saying either you're for it or you're against it. They're all over TikTok. We're talking about this. And then you go to a debate on national TV and tell the people you don't know what this is. I don't believe that.
But they didn't start talking about it until
they did.
Right before the election.
You're at a national debate saying you don't know what this is. That makes the moderator knows, the people in the audience know, the people watching the debate know what this is, and you don't. And the people that are creating it are part of folks that are going to be in your administration. There's no way that makes sense.
Project 2025 only came up 5 to 8 weeks before the debate.
That ain't true.
Yeah, true.
That ain't true.
Look it up. I'll pull it up right now. I'm sitting right in front of my computer.
I'll just say this. I don't know what you're going to come up with, but there's no way you're going to ever convince me that Trump did not know about Project 2025. It makes no sense.
Okay, fair enough. We'll agree to disagree.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Let me hit you with my last thing before I go, because my base hurts like a motherfucker.
Here, by the way, before you do that, here is, hang on a second. I want you to hear this. This is President Trump on Meet the Press. Now, this is from 9 months ago. This is only 9 months ago. He's being asked on Meet the Press 9 months ago. I want you to hear this.
Let's talk about Project 2025. This is the conservative policy blueprint. You disavowed it during the campaign. You called it a product of the radical right. You've said some of their ideas were abysmal.
I said some of it is. Some of it is very good. Some of it's very mainstream, actually. Frankly, the Democrats should have used some of it because they went, with all the transgender that they were doing and with the men playing in women's sports. Well, if they wouldn't have done that, maybe they would have done better.
Well, so you take me to my question. You're now giving people involved in Project 2025 prominent roles in your administration. Are you changing your mind about Project 2025? Is this now the policy blueprint for the second Trump administration?
Some people, if you take a look at the group, it was hundreds of people were involved. And I was actually, I reprimanded the whole group. I said, you shouldn't have placed this document in front of the voters because I have nothing to do with it and I'm the one that's running. You had no right to do this where you put 1,000-page document in front. And many of those things I disagree with. Now, many of those things I happen to agree with. Many of those things Democrats should have agreed to. And I think they would have done much better in the election because they got slaughtered.
Well, I guess people...
Now, you hear what he said. You shouldn't have placed this document in front of the voters. So they placed it in front of the voters. So that means the voters know about it and you don't? That doesn't make sense. If the voting public got access to this, that means he does too.
And how long ago did you say that?
This is 9 months ago.
9 months?
Yeah, so early this year.
You've been president for how long now? 9 months?
Right.
Okay, so the election was in November, so that's 11 months, which means that was dropped in his lap shortly before the election. Come on, it's simple arithmetic.
You're crazy.
My friend.
I can tell you, we were talking about Project 2025 on social media way more than 11 months ago. If we know about it, he should know about it.
Project 2025 until like September of 2024.
And I see it
before the election.
Alter Ego says the 2025 policy was finished in 2023. I'm just going to say the moment he said you shouldn't have put it in front of the voters, if the voters know about something like this and they're talking about it, there's no way you don't know. That means it's going to be on X, it's going to be on Twitter, it's going to be on TikTok. Your family, I mean, there's no way you shouldn't know about it. Once the voters know about it, we're talking about just regular, everyday, average citizens know about this. And you don't? That don't make sense.
And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the timing. He didn't know about that shit until 2 months before the election. Maybe. Yeah. Because nobody started talking about that shit until September of 2024 when they were trying to tear Trump down and keep him out of the White House.
Yeah, and I'm going to just tell you, there's no way I believe it. I just don't believe that this guy did not know about that a lot sooner. Because people in his inner circle were talking about it and being asked questions about everything. Unless he just lived under a rock that whole time, there's no way. And I see in the comments somebody says we've been talking about it for years. Yeah, it was all over social media. It was on TV commercials and everything, well beyond 11 months ago.
What'd they say? We've been talking about it for years.
Somebody,
what, you got a fucking crystal ball?
Well,
you're a fucking wizard now. Not you.
I get it. I don't honestly know how far back I was talking about it, but I know it was well over a year ago. I'm sure it goes back further than that.
I'm sure it does too. I didn't know shit about it until September of 2024. I'd never even heard of it.
So if you knew about it September 24th, so that means you knew about it, but that's 13 months ago you knew about it.
Yeah.
And Trump didn't know for 11 months? You knew about it. You're saying that you didn't.
What I'm saying is not inconceivable that he didn't know about it.
That makes no. You got advisors and shit around you. You mean the public knows something that you're being blamed for? And regular citizens know this 2 months before the president does with all the advisors and people you got around you? I mean, obviously you're going to be questioned on this. Let's say I'm running for president and you as a citizen know something that the public intends to hammer me for, I'm going to tell my advisor, why the hell didn't you tell me this? How the hell are all these, because eventually somebody going to put a microphone in my face and ask me my opinion on it. Why don't I know about something that the entire voting public knows about? I need to fire my advisor.
Tim, I would vote for you for president with 2 caveats. Number 1, you make me vice. Number 2, you let me hang a Proud Boy flag in front of the White House.
Unfortunately, because of that, I got to disqualify you. You can't hang flags like that in front of the White House. Here he is. And by the way, this is Kamala Harris a year ago.
Advisors have created a 900-page blueprint they're calling Project 2025, detailing everything else they plan to do in a second term, including a plan to cut Social Security, to repeal our $35 cap on insulin.
That's a year ago. So now your opponent is talking about it. How could you not know this? That's a year ago right there. How could you not know this?
A year ago is still 2 months before the election. That's my point, man.
Okay.
You're trying to make a year ago sound like it was 5 years ago. A year ago was 2 months before the election.
I get what you're trying to say, but my guess is if I keep looking, I'm going to find videos that are even older than that. Because I know we were talking about it more than a year ago. I'm sure we were. I mean, I don't know if they don't go by 14, 15 months and things like that. It just goes from, it counts up the months. Once it gets to a year, then it skips up to 2 years, 3 years. They don't tell you individual months, but I'm sure it goes back more than just 12 months ago. We were talking about this shit going back pretty far. So,
Lisa's in your chat trying to clown. I got one word for her. Sandwich.
All right. Gen X, appreciate you coming through. Next time I'll be more ready for that. But I believe that Trump should have known about this, and I believe when he said he didn't, he was lying to the American people. He does that.
All right, brother. Hey,
Thank
man, you have a good night, and don't ambush MAGA no more like that.
How did I ambush
You
him?
just bring folks up when you don't ask them. You don't do that to the liberals.
Wait. What did I do?
You ambush MAGA.
How?
MAGA was up there with a conversation with you, and you brought up Michael.
No, well, Mike has to speak to him because he was. I would bring people up on you like that sometimes. I didn't ambush him.
When have you done that to Michael? When have you done that to King Finn? When have you done that to Denkow? When have you done that to a liberal where you ambush him with a conservative? You haven't ever.
The next time you see a liberal saying some shit you don't agree with, jump in the comments and ask to come up. I'll make sure that I show you I'm doing it by using you as an example. Just ask. If MAGA wanted to come up and challenge one of my conservatives, one of my liberals, I would bring them up. Next time you see it, you ask and I'll bring you up.
All right, brother. I'll hold you to face value.
Anytime. I got you covered like a blanket.
Have a good night, my friend.
You too, man. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. Uncle Ruckus says 3344 Tyler. All right, Project 2025, also known as the 2025 Presidential Transition Project, is a political initiative published in April 2023 by the Heritage Foundation and American. Yeah, I don't believe that Trump did not know about that. There's no way I would believe that. I bet Chuck Schumer made up Project 2025. He made it up, and then you got Flynn and Bannon and all them talking about it, huh? Okay, if you believe that. Trump wouldn't piss on his own supporters if they were on fire begging for help, says the truth. Damn. Yikes. I don't know about that. I think Trump, he's called black women on stage and offered to get them jobs. I mean, I don't know. I think you may be coming down a little bit hard on the guy. That's a little bit rough. Anyhow, wow, wouldn't piss on his own supporters. That's Jesus. Marlene Munoz, who stopped you from voting. What do you mean? Trump wrote some of the bill. I haven't heard that. You're saying Trump actually himself wrote some of Project 2025? That I have not heard of. I haven't even heard the liberals say nothing like that. I don't think Trump, well, maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Aaron Harmon, I didn't see that, but thank you. I see Alter Ego says the project. Aaron, I don't want to miss your super chat. I'm looking for it because I see you said you left a super chat. And TikTok is not showing me that. I see the other one. Let me go back to the box real quick, but I'm looking for your. Thank you, Aaron, for what you said there, but I'm not seeing it. Where the hell? Yeah, it did. Did it pop up on the other one? I believe you, Aaron, so I'm not disagreeing with you on the super chat. Thank you, but it's not showing. I don't know what I just hit here. I don't like, because when people leave super chats, there's comments on them, and I do want to make sure that I'm able to respond to what he said. Aaron, type your comment and I'll address it. I didn't see it. It disappeared, and I hate not addressing it. What the fuck? Yeah, Aaron, it disappeared. So, and I can't scroll. It only lets me scroll up so far. So I do want to address your comment. You said I'm on YouTube. Yeah, I see you on YouTube, but I don't see your super chat and your comment that came along with it. So I was trying to find it, and it won't let me do it. Trump only knows how to sign his name and send love letters to pedophiles. Damn, he doesn't write legislation. Yeah, I would have a hard time believing that Trump had that Trump actually wrote Project 2025 as well. What do you mean the liberals aren't you a liberal? What did I say? What are you talking about? I lean left politically. Yeah, I consider myself more liberal than conservative. Yeah. But I don't think everything that conservatives do or everything Trump does is wrong. But a lot of my viewers will tell me, you've went further left than you used to be. And my response is, no, I have not. If you put up the chart, you got center here, you got, the right over here, and you got the left over here. I'm a little bit left of center, but I haven't changed over the years. The fact is, the Trump administration has went further to the right than they were the first term. So it looks like I've changed because the administration has went further away from me. But I'm still the same place I was on the left to right chart. I'm in the exact same place I was. You just went further right. So it seems like I'm much further away from you now. A lot of things that Trump is doing this term that are really far right he wasn't doing that in the first term. You know, Bibles and 10 commandments in schools and stuff like that. There was no abortion ban in several states under Trump the first time. The stuff under this term is much further to the right. He wasn't saying I hate Democrats and stuff like that as he is now. So I didn't move. He did. And that's what makes me look like I've changed or I've went further left. Is because he is really left the left completely behind now. I mean, now you got Pete Hegseth talking about reducing women's roles in the military with this male standard or whatever they're talking about. I mean, they're going rapidly further to the right. So yeah, it's going to make everybody look like they've changed. I mean, by the time, if they keep going on the trajectory they're going on, by the time they're done, shit, Mitt Romney and John McCain will look like independents because they're going way far to the right. It's because Christian nationalists are influencing the White House. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But if he keeps moving that far to the right, it's gonna make everybody look like they're further left because he's moving way right of center, way right of center. Thank you, Aaron Harmer said, I love your show. I appreciate that. It's okay, I love your show. Aaron, I appreciate that, man. I do apologize for losing your comment. They normally turn the whole damn screen colors. I do not know why yours did not do that. So my apology. Going back to the box, though, we will continue on with Stick the Ruler. In 2024, all 13 extremist-related murders tracked by the ADL were committed by right-wing extremists. Yikes. Stick, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on. I had somebody tell me that Trump is intolerant and racist of sorts. Kind of harsh. So I figured I'd come and talk to the people. Look, I know he says controversial shit, but a racist? What say you?
Oh, man. Come on, man. What are we doing, Tim? See, I ain't trying
get
to
a
get
question.
grandma on you. Like, come on, Tim. Why are you asking these fluff-ass questions to the Democrats? And when we give you a good-ass answer, which is the damn truth, you come back with, I don't think. Man, come on, Tim. Stop doing that bullshit,
Give me your definition of a quote-unquote good-ass answer. I need to know what would make you say this man is a racist.
The white sentiment in this country, we got to do something about it.
What the hell does that mean?
He thinks DEI is black.
And what is your evidence of that? What is your evidence of that? Because they're talking women and LGBTQ and everything. What makes you say he thinks it's black?
No. Okay, how about this one? We gonna go with the people that surrounds Trump, right? The same people that surround Trump, like Charlie Kirk. You know, they had those racist trolls as well when it comes to a black pilot and all of that stuff. Again, Trump is already blaming people for the mass shootings, saying it's the left.
Yeah, but that's not. But that's not black people. He's blaming the.
Let me finish it. Let me finish it.
All right.
Somehow the left ended up being HBCUs.
Under Trump didn't do that though.
No, his followers did. They speak Maganese, and when he said the left, the radical left, they assumed he was talking about all of those educated black children that are going to goddamn college to get a degree.
But
somehow, some way, because of Charlie Kirk racist ass, we had a young black man strange fruited. Yeah, see?
But wait, hold on. In defense of Trump, you can't hold him accountable for what his followers done. What has he done that indicates he's racist?
Open his damn mouth.
Oh, come on. You're not being fair. You're not judging the guy fairly.
Yes, I am, because he's already been judged in the state in a court of law saying that he discriminated against people back in the goddamn 70s or 80s or whatever it was. I don't even know how old this motherfucker is at this
He's
point.
79. He's 79.
Yeah. So again, in the 70s, discriminating against black folks, you know, to see men colored.
Is it possible? Wait. But you're talking 50 years ago, Stick. Is it possible that the man could have evolved? I mean, some say that Biden was racist 30, 40, 50 years ago. What about now? What has Trump done now that indicates he's racist? Not 40, 50 years ago.
Again, the white sentiment in this country. Why are you worried about the white sentiment? Why don't you just be worried about the American and or the United States citizen sentiment? When we go places, they think we're you. They think we're a fucking orange baboon. And we're not.
What?
We ain't got shit to do with Trump. The same folks, they voted for who they needed to vote for.
Okay.
Whether it was third party or whether it was Miss Kamala Harris. But for some reason and somehow, all the insane folks, which is more of them, just like you just got off there with, what is it, Gen X?
Yeah.
You know, it's 40 million, you know, crazy white folks. And it's only 1 point something million black folks. You know, so you gotta expect more. Oh, goddamn, no, you need to expect more help, y'all crazy motherfuckers. That's what you need. You need more fucking help.
Oh my God. I don't know. Like I said, I mean, I gave a speech earlier. Somebody asked me about what was my opinion. I see Trump more as an opportunist than a racist. He's a politician trying to politic.
Man, he's both. Can you be both at the same time?
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can.
I'll give you a good example. You can be white and gay. You can be black and gay.
Yeah.
You can be you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's my whole point. You can be two at the same damn time. You can be a racist opportunist. That's what he is.
A lot of black MAGA out there, Stick, and they happy with him.
Yeah, well, they happy with him because they're fucking stupid. He's already told you, right? Smart people don't like me.
Why do you think
Guess
Why do you think he would say that?
Because he's stupid.
The guy's a multi-billionaire many times over. He's not stupid. You don't reach the president. No, he's not. Trump is not stupid.
I'm gonna tell you just like this. He's mediocre. Because had he been born how I was born, in the sense of my mother ended up joining the military, my father was in the military, and they stayed in the military for enough to retire and get me where I needed to be. If he was me, he'd be fucking homeless.
I don't know. But before we continue
Trump ain't never worked in a day in his life. He'd be homeless. Trust me.
I don't know about that. Before we continue, though, hang on a second. Will G says and I see Will G's coming. I don't know why I didn't see yours, Harmon. He says the father taught him everything he knows. Why not blame the father? Is that what you said? White people blame black moms and absent fathers in the home all the time. It's gold to them. So he's saying that Trump learned. Now, Will G perceives Trump as racist as well. And he's saying he learned all that because I think his father was a member of the KKK or something like that. He's saying that Trump learned everything
And look, and see, I didn't even bring that up. I didn't even go back that far. But that's another in the book for me, Stick, against you don't think he racist. Like, come on, Tim. They're inherently racist.
Damn.
I'm not talking about
inherently racist. He inherited it?
Inherently. Yeah, they inherited. And the reason why they inherited, just like Biden worked up under Barack Obama. But before all of that, again, they would say, oh, he was racist. He was racist. He was racist. The difference between his racism and Trump racism is his racism, it existed at one time, and now he's different. Trump racism has never changed. That's why Nick Fuentes has sat down with him. That's why Charlie Kirk was considered like a son or a best friend to his son. So again, you got all these racist people around you. David Duke. Oh, I don't know who that is. Yes, you do. Stop lying.
He did say he didn't know who
Every
he
time
was.
he lies, if Trump was to get slapped, he'd be in a coma right now.
He did say he
Every time he
did.
lies,
I think he said he didn't know who Nick Fuentes was too when Kanye West brought him to the crib.
That's my point. That's my point, Tim. So again, Tim, it ain't that we don't know that he's a racist. He tries to do everything to try to make it like, I don't know, but no, yes, we do. Black people can tell you what racist is way before white folks can tell you what racist is. White folks can't tell you what racist is.
Wait a minute. If a white person is the victim of racism, you telling me they can't tell? What the hell would make you say that?
I'm gonna say it again. Black folks can't be racist.
I don't believe that. I don't agree with that.
No. Again, you gave that little bullshit ass excuse about being a homeowner and you did this and you did that. But at the end of the day, guess what you don't control? That bank that's gonna give them the loan. Guess what white folks control?
Let me ask you to you, because I vehemently disagree with you that blacks can't be racist. I know racist. Let me ask you to you this though.
We can be bigoted.
You can be racist. You can be racist. What is your what is your definition of racist?
Racism is a system. And in that system, black folks aren't a part of it. We weren't one time even a part of the goddamn Constitution. And the part that we was put us less than them. So even within the Constitution, it shows you the system of racism.
Okay.
It's showing you.
Let me address that. I want to address that.
We can't be racist.
I disagree. Let me address it. But before I do, Will G is correcting me. He says, while there is no definitive proof that Trump's father was a member of the KKK, he was once arrested at a KKK parade. Okay, that's a big correction. And his company's policies actively promoted segregation. So there is no proof that Trump's dad. Thank you, Will. I appreciate that. I won't say that again. Now that you've corrected that, Ruka. Now here's what I want to read to you, and thanks, Will. Here's what I want to read to you, Stick. This is I went on Google. I typed in the definition of racism. Here's what they came up with. It's a noun: prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. Based on that definition, you absolutely can be black and racist.
But how are they being marginalized?
You don't.
Where?
You don't. No. It says.
The NFL.
It said. Wait. Hold on. It said or marginalized. It said prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual. A black person can be prejudiced. They can discriminate. They can antagonize. All of that's in there too.
But in what? What are we gonna use to use that sense of racism? Other than you come to the hood, which somebody named Hyman Roth owns that shit. Come on, stop, Tim.
No, I don't. You're gonna tell me Tyler Perry, who owns a big ass movie studio, cannot be racist? He can't do that. He can't discriminate. He can't fit this definition to some white actor that wants a job.
I'm gonna tell you just like I tell everybody else. If Tyler Perry becomes racist or tries to be racist towards the white folks, he gonna end up like Bill Cosby. He gonna end up like goddamn R. Kelly. He gonna end up like Tupac. He gonna end up like Diddy. He's gonna end up like all these other people that try to go up against the system because they thought because they had some money, they could do it. He gonna end up just like them. And already he's being torn down. They're trying to say that he's gay. They're trying to say that it was somebody. Like, come on, man.
I'm not arguing that. Listen, hold on. You're telling me that if he tries to do this, the system's going to come at him. Maybe, maybe not. But I'm just simply saying he can do this, though. So the idea that blacks cannot be racist, you're wrong. He could do what the definition of racism is. And many blacks can do it.
What you saying, as soon as OJ got off, they said never again. Name me, listen, I don't care what it is.
OJ. What are you getting at?
Why? Think about this. We got all of this stuff going on. If you are a true black person and or African American at heart, you know I'm not lying when I say we know not to go out in the streets and protest right now. We know not to be hanging out and chilling with the vatos. We not doing that right now.
But that ain't got nothing. That ain't got nothing to. That ain't got nothing to do with just black people. Right now, a lot of folks that are even white, like Antifa and shit, fear Trump. If you're liberal, you probably don't want to go out and protest. It ain't just blacks.
See, you missing. No, that's not. We're not talking about fear. Don't nobody fear his bitch ass.
Yeah, they do.
Don't nobody fear.
You've had politicians come out and say they fear him. That said we scared.
No, listen. That's politicians. I said people that are living in our neighborhoods are not coming out protesting. People that are black and melanated are not coming out, and only reason because they don't want to give them the smoke.
Yeah, and I got to.
Don't want to give them the smoke. I want all the smoke.
I disagree with you. I'm gonna have to wrap it up because Robert. I'm gonna have to wrap it up because Robert D in the comments said I played devil's advocate too much. Am I pushing back too much, Robert? Ain't this what Gangsta Grandma says I'm supposed to do?
No, you fluffing a little bit too much.
I'm not fluffing.
We too smart. We are too smart. Even though he got a little bit more than the other presidents in the black male vote, the black women voted 92% for Kamala.
Yeah, that's true.
We voted somewhere around 82% Kamala. So at the end of the day, he don't have a lot of black folks on his side.
I don't disagree that Trump. Yeah, I don't disagree with that part, but I do disagree with you vehemently that blacks cannot be racist. I absolutely believe being black, you can be racist. You don't need to have a whole system behind you to be a racist person. I mean, you can fit the definition that's presented here of what racism is as one individual. And I'll tell you this, by the way, too. If a lot of things that we would look at a black person saying they can't be racist, that they can only be bigoted or they can only be prejudiced, knowing damn well that if a white person did the exact same thing, we would be calling them racist. If you're beating up, let's say, for instance, as a black person, you're beating up somebody that's white.
The system.
No,
we don't. No. He got the system behind him.
Okay. Everybody that's racist, every white person that's racist does not get the benefit of the system. Some of them get royally punished for doing it. I mean, you had two white guys that drug a black man behind a pickup truck down in Texas till his head came off his body. The system didn't help them and executed them. So they don't all get help from the system.
And you also had hundreds of thousands more that got strange fruit and they knew who did it, and then they let it slide. So for every one person, just like OJ was that one black dude that got off, and then they said never again. That's why we got everybody. Michael Jackson, we got everybody. They got everybody. They trying to tell you, you not us. You not a part of the establishment. We're not gonna let you in.
So let me ask you. If you were out somewhere clubbing or whatever, and you genuinely are beating the hell out of a white person and calling them all kinds of donkeys with an H, calling them all kinds of slurs while you're doing it,
I'm going to jail.
But that ain't racism?
No. Hold on. You said I'm doing what?
You're literally pummeling somebody that's white and making it clear that the only reason you're beating their ass is because they happen to be white. Maybe they're in the wrong neighborhood. You don't like them in your neighborhood, or maybe they're trying to, maybe the person is trying to holler at a black girl, or whatever the case may be. You're making it clear the only reason they're getting this ass whooping is because they're white. You're telling me that ain't racism?
That's bigoted. That's being bigoted.
You know damn well if that same scenario happened in reverse, we wouldn't be calling it bigoted.
Because he has the system.
Oh my God!
It's like you hard of hearing right now, Tim. I keep telling you, we don't have the system behind us.
So it got nothing to do with the system. Because the person that's doing it,
the way it's created. No. This whole country was built on bigotry. This whole country was built on being prejudiced. This country was built on being racist. Because that's
I'm not arguing with that. I'm not arguing with that.
Certain black folks in this country were slaves.
I'm
because of
not.
racism.
I'm not arguing with that, but I don't think it furthers the narrative whatsoever to pretend like black people can't be racist. That doesn't help anything out. I mean, if you're doing exactly what they did, that you're going to call racist as a white person doing it, all of a sudden when a black person, well, because they got the system behind it, I get some kind of special title. That doesn't help think. Racist is racist. Doesn't matter what color you are. If you're doing the same shit, you're a racist.
Nah. No. Like, for instance, Charleston White, he's bigoted.
Charleston White ain't hurting nobody. If Charleston White refused to hire a white person, that's racist. He's on stage telling jokes and saying shit, but if he actually hurt somebody...
They said Charlie Kirk wasn't hurting nobody, but he was racist.
If Charlie Kirk did the exact same thing he did as a black person, I guess you would call it bigoted, huh?
He's bigoted. He's president. He don't like white folks. But guess what? His black ass better shut the hell up, because they're going to use the system against him because he ain't part of the goddamn system.
So Charlie Kirk, in your opinion, Charlie Kirk was racist, but if a black person said the exact same things about white people that Charlie Kirk said about blacks, they would not be racist.
Nope, because they ain't got the system behind them. For instance, would you say the Black Panthers were racist?
I don't listen. I don't know. I don't know everything they stood for. If they walked around just saying bad stuff about white people all the time, yeah.
That was the first thing they said as soon as they seen a white cop. Pig, what's going on, pig? So was they racist?
That's anti-cop.
That's anti-cop. They was white cops. They wasn't black cops.
Okay.
Being called pig.
So they wouldn't have called the black cop a pig?
No. They would say, "What's up, brother?" And try to get him to, be on their side.
Then maybe it was racist then. Maybe it was.
Oh, okay, see? But they didn't have the system behind them. Hence, they're
the
not
system
here
ain't got shit to do with you being racist.
Look. I'm going to just say it like this. You got Antifa being classified as being like terrorists. But then you got the actual terrorists known as the Triple K. They still running around. They still got their shit in their basement in a hamper, probably nicely folded, waiting to wear the shit again. They're still around causing havoc, doing certain things, and are not being called out. Why? Because they have the system behind them.
Okay, I gotta move it on, but I'll just say this. If you're being racist and the system is behind you, then the system is just defending your racism. If you're being racist and the system is not behind you, you're still being racist. The system is just not defending it. You whether or not you're being racist does not have anything to do with the system. If the system wants to defend or criticize you, we can talk about the system, but that doesn't change the fact of what you are actually doing. You're making it sound like as long as the system ain't behind you, then you can't be racist. I don't buy that. I just don't buy that. And by the way, I don't think the system is behind every white person that's being racist. Derek Chauvin is currently in prison. So it ain't even behind all of them. So I got to move it on, man. But I'll give you the last word.
Well, I'll just tell you this, Tim. What you just said sound like this. I'm not black, I'm OJ.
I'm gonna let you in with that. I'm gonna let you in with that stick. That stick the ruler. All right. I would give you a polite fuck you for that, but that was funny. I gotta go. I love you, man. All right, moving on with the program. Tap the screen. I'm not black, I'm OJ. Put that on the t-shirt, huh? Oh my God. We simply don't have a system in place to disparage, profile, criminalize, and take profits from white people. All of this is what white people are afraid of, and that is why they fight hard with Project 2025. Now, that might be closer to accurate. The system does favor the majority here and everywhere else abroad, everywhere else around the world. The majority is going to be favored by the system. Certainly, if they are the ones that created the system, that's going to be anywhere. I don't disagree with that, but I disagree with my last caller was saying that if the system doesn't back your racism, you can't be racist. That part, yeah, and I agree with you, DJ D's in the comments. What he was talking about is exactly what you refer to it as. That's systemic racism. But you can be racist without the system behind you. You can be an individual, which is why the definition on Google, and I literally went to Google and typed in definition of racism. That's all I typed in. And it says it's a noun, prejudice, discrimination, and antagonism by an individual. Anybody can be prejudiced, discriminate, or antagonized. But it says prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person. The institution is when they're getting into the systemic stuff. But it's making it clear you don't need to be just an institution. You can do it as an individual. But it says, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group. Typically one that is a minority or marginalized. And also, this does also take into consideration folks who suggest Trump's Muslim ban is not racist because Muslims are not a race. It says clearly here of an ethnic group. It can just be a group. It don't necessarily have to be based on a race. So when Trump said Islam hates America and things like that, that would, in my opinion, my interpretation, that would fall under this category as well. Real quick in the comments, just looking, make sure I didn't miss anything here. Will G says there are strict gun laws because the Black Panthers showed up with rifles at the Cal State Capitol. During that era, nobody liked independent thinking Black person that was pushing back. Anybody that done that was African American. I mean, they did that with Martin Luther King. They denied him access to a firearm. I think he stated that he needed protection and felt his life was in danger. And they denied Martin Luther King the right to own a gun. And obviously we know what happened to him historically for that. Not to say that he would have been able to defend himself the way he got taken out anyway. I mean, he was taken out by a sniper from across the street or whatever. So he probably would have still been dead, but he got denied the ability to own a gun. So there goes. Can whites be racist in China? You can be racist any fucking where. You can be racist anywhere. You can be racist in jail. You can be racist in a cell where it's only you and that other person. You don't need anything else behind you. Your actions alone can make you a racist. Period. That's why I'm totally against saying that anybody cannot be a racist. It could be you and another person in an elevator, and that's it, just you two. And you don't like that person because of their race, and you start doing and acting on it. You don't need anything else behind you. You can be racist independently by yourself. That's my opinion on it. BLM scammed you for beach houses. I don't think I need your advice on grifters. BLM ain't scammed nobody for no fucking beach houses, Leroy. The average person walking around supporting BLM ain't gave them a penny. The average BLM protester has not contributed a dime. Now, if you're George Clooney or somebody like that and you felt empathy for blacks who were going through, or Colin Kaepernick or one of them convinced you to donate money, it scammed them. Those are the ones, Hollywood and people like that with money. The average BLM protester walking down the street holding up a sign ain't donated shit. They didn't get scammed for anything. You don't even talk about money. I've been to a couple BLM gatherings. Nobody discusses money at that shit. Nobody discusses fascism or any of this other stuff that the right claims that BLM stands for. When you go to a BLM protest or a BLM gathering, it's all about police and systemic racism. That's the only thing they're talking about. Ain't nobody collecting money. That just doesn't happen at 99% of those gatherings because the people don't have any fucking money. They're not doing that. If Trump loves black people, why is he part owner of 2 golf courses in Saudi Arabia that don't allow blacks to play? I can't speak on the laws in Saudi Arabia. I mean, Saudi Arabia may be in a position where ain't nothing Trump can do about it. I mean, is Saudi Arabia itself a racist government? I mean, you could open up a golf course over here and their laws don't prohibit it to happen. I don't know. I'm not defending Trump. I'm just simply saying I don't know what's going on in Saudi Arabia. Does he have golf courses in America that blacks are not allowed to play in? That would be more the conversation to have. Anyhow, folks, I do got to unfortunately step away. As always, I got to get up and go to work just like everybody else in the morning. I appreciate the 176, huh? Wow. Some of you guys really came out, showed out for your boy. I did not reach my TikTok cap gold, but then again, I never do. So it is what it is. But I thank you folks that did support the program. Thank you very much. Looking in the comments, racism is a group sport. I don't believe that. I believe you can be racist by yourself. I don't think you need anybody else to be racist. I've hung out with people. And there's this, I appreciate that MAGA Reacts. Shout out to you. Some of you folks showing your boy some late night love. MAGA Reacts, shout out to you. Appreciate that. MAGA, you take a lot of flack, but thank you for the support. Appreciate that. And same with you, Rogario. You guys showing your boy some love. Appreciate that. Real quick in the comments, conservatives, typically white people, want Derek Chauvin to be pardoned if it weren't for Wisconsin governor. Actually, it's Michigan. No, where did that? Minnesota. Minnesota is where that happened at. But you said if it wasn't for the governor being Democratic and BLM pressure, they wouldn't have touched him. That is true. That is true. That's why I don't like, and thank you folks that are showing Tony Parker as well. Thank you. MAGA Reacts, DJ D's. That's why I don't like when you see the comparison from the right saying that when Charlie Kirk passed away, we held vigils. But when George Floyd died, you guys are rioting and burning down cities. Why the fuck would you have anything other than a vigil when you got the president promising to use the full weight of the FBI to bring you justice with Charlie Kirk's case? Meanwhile, George Floyd is on the ground with the guy on top of him, and you're seeing this on TV in a loop for 4 days, and they ain't even charged the officer yet. Of course they held vigils when Charlie Kirk passed away. You were getting all the justice you want. They went and took Air Force 2 out there and picked up the damn body. You got the VP, the vice president, acting as a fucking pallbearer. There's nothing to protest. You're getting everything you could possibly want. I guarantee when George Floyd lost his life like that, if Obama got on TV and said, Eric Holder is coming out to pick up the body and, all this bullshit, of course there would be no riots. You ain't got no reason to riot. So yeah, of course you're holding vigils. Do you realize the level of privilege that was taking place compared to, you really want to compare how the government acted when George Floyd died to how they acted when Charlie Kirk lost it? I mean, it is literally like going from being a peasant to being a king. Makes no sense that somebody would even compare those two. I thought it was comical. We holding vigils. You guys burned down cities. President on TV talking about praying with the wife and shit, giving her hugs. The funeral has fireworks at it and shit. Really? That's humorous. That's really humorous to even bring that up. Conservatives typically white. Oh, I saw that already. I mean, just vigils versus burning down cities and things like that. As if there was not a significantly better treatment in regards to what happened to Charlie Kirk and bringing that killer to justice versus what they did to Derek Chauvin. Now, if Charlie Kirk, let's say, for instance, Obama was in office, and what happened to Charlie Kirk happened, and it was pretty clear the Eric Holder Justice Department was lollygagging. They weren't really making any true effort to find who did it. They were acting like Trump on the Epstein list, in other words. They were not really doing anything. You think that the right would be just holding vigils? You would see a lot more anger. You would see a whole lot more anger if there was nothing being done. They weren't trying to bring the killer to justice and shit like that. Or better yet, saying Charlie Kirk died of COVID. Maybe he died of fentanyl or something like that. I guarantee you the right would be a lot more upset. It wouldn't just be vigils anymore. But when you're getting the full weight of the FBI and the vice president is going to pick up the body and shit like that, it's just nothing to protest. Nothing at all. And thank you guys for, like I said, I would have came back with a stick because he was 100% wrong, but my face hurts too much, says Gen X. Anyway, anyone can be a racist. I agree with you on that. Handsome conservative, thank you folks very much. You guys certainly make it worthwhile when you show your boy some love like that. I always appreciate that. If you enjoy this type of dialogue, I'm going to ask one more time, give your boy a follow if you're watching on Instagram or TikTok. Subscription if you're watching on YouTube. We'll certainly be back tomorrow. By the way, as I stated, we're going live on X tomorrow. So we will be adding another platform. We'll be live on X. Hopefully we get plenty of MAGA in there. I will see how it works, but I'm going to try to go live on X starting tomorrow. So if you have an X account, formerly known as Twitter, The Handsome Liberal, Follow me there. If you, by the way, if you have Truth Social, which is Trump's page, Handsome Liberal, we are on Truth Social as well. If you have Truth Social, I'm debating if I want to go live on Truth Social. We'll see. That would be wild. But Truth Social, and if you have Rumble, follow me on any of those platforms. Until then, I'll catch you guys manana. Thanks for tuning in. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Gotta go. Real quick in the comments, Will G, you said right. Tim Walz, you know they are waiting for the next election to get a conservative in so they can pardon Chauvin. Damn, that would be horrible if they do that. That would be really horrible. I mean, it's one thing to have people accusing you of racism, but to do something like that, wow. To pardon